And I had a feeling that would happen. Hello, everybody. There we go. It's Witty. Welcome. Chloe. Hello. Deadman. With the sub already. Holy shit.
32 months of being subbed to this asshole. Wow, I mean seriously, what's wrong with me? Kek kidding BTW higher chatchi do ladao do.
Hi to you too, Deadman. 32 months. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? I love the fact that it says asshole in a very British accent. It pronounces it arsehole instead of asshole, which is a very British way of saying it. Deadman, thank you so much. I apologize again. I don't have the subworld open. It really was starting to mess with the FPS a little bit. So we've had to not have that open. But know that you are appreciated. You almost typed arsehole. See, the text-to-speech was just kind of imagining what you would have said. But yeah, we're late again today. I'd hoped I could actually sleep last night, but I didn't. It was gone. It was close to, I think it was close to or just gone midday by the time I actually fell asleep. I don't think it was just gone. I can't remember, but it was a horrible night again last night. The pain behind my eye and the headache wasn't quite as bad as it was the night before last, but the nausea was worse. Like every time I lay down, I just felt really, really sick. So that didn't make getting to sleep very easy. You're not late, Guitar, and we have literally only just started. We're 7 minutes in. And a lot of things have already gone wrong today. I've been awake for an hour now, and things have already started going wrong today. So I'm hoping that is not a sign of things to come. Although I did start a UEV robot arm crafting before we started the stream, and we ran into the same issues again. I'm getting this weird stuff with all of these things, and something not working. And I'm not really sure what it is, so I am stumped with it. I'm going to get rid of all the byproducts from everything in here, but for all the ferrocyanide and calcium hydroxide, I might have to do the calcium hydroxide elsewhere. Like that, we left the byproducts in. I'm just want to know why this is doing what it's doing now, honestly. Oh no, that wasn't a byproduct. That was the what goes into it. Never mind, ignore me. But yeah, I did finish making one of those batteries last night that I said I was going to make. And that took about half an hour to craft one of those. So we'll start one of those going as soon as we've got this UEV robot arm going. Because the plan for today is hopefully to have this done and sent out on at least its first mission. I spent some time yesterday, actually, with a spreadsheet going through and figuring out exactly how much of the important items we would get from one of these missions. And I'll show you guys what that is in a moment. I just want to find out what is causing the issues here. Wait, what? Wait, what the shit? I didn't post that. The bot shouldn't have posted that. Oh, right. No, it's not an ad. Deadman said, did exclamation point game. And for some reason, it's picked up the game as Minecraft Legends Deluxe. So if you do exclamation point game, it... What? Like, I know why it's done that. It's not an ad. But if you do exclamation point game, it tells I'm playing Minecraft Legends Deluxe, apparently. What the shit? I promise I am not advertising Minecraft Legends Deluxe. It may or may not be a good game. I don't know. I haven't played it. Well, at least not for very long. But that's weird. Hold on. Like I say, today is going to be one of those days where literally everything is going to go wrong. So expect weirdness. All right, hold on. Give me a second here. Yeah, I've got no idea. It's one of the game command, I believe, is one of the default commands for Mix It Up. If only, Chloe. If only. I don't know what's going on with this. Right, I need to go and find. I need to find all of the recipes we put in the other day and figure out that's not going to affect it. And figure out what is causing the issues here, because it absolutely does, Guitar Lil. I agree. So we've got potassium cyanide. We put that in yesterday. And potassium hydroxide, I think we did yesterday as well. And the ammonium formate. It's kind of hard to tell which ones we put in yesterday because some of this is in weird order because we moved stuff around. Luciella, hello. How are you doing? So, what is going to be causing issues here? So that's methane, ammonia, oxygen. Well, that's not got anything that mixes with anything else. So iron 3 chloride and chlorobenzene. Iron 3 chloride and potassium ferrocyanide. But what I don't understand is how this would get, like, locked up at all, because when it puts the items in, it should put enough in for that recipe. So unless there is a recipe conflict here of some kind... And even that shouldn't make a difference because these are on blocking mode. So I genuinely do not understand why this is doing what it's doing. Did I just put a pattern back in the ME surf system? Oh, by the way, all of my yeah, I did. All of my keybinds when I went to load the world up first of all today. This is why I was scrambling around a little bit and everything was not quite ready when I started. I loaded the world up and it crashed out with, what was it, a mouse-clicked event handler description for the thing. That was before I even got into the world, which is odd because I started the world loading and then didn't touch the mouse again until that crash came up, so I don't know what happened there. And then when I did finally load into the world, all my key bindings had been reset again. So, I don't know what's going on. It's just been one of those weird days. Right, I bet this works first time now, though. Yeah. I don't understand why this keeps blocking up. It's really weird. I haven't got any other... It wouldn't be because of that, would it? That's for making the hydrogen cyanide. No, there's no other chemical reactor recipes that use platinum dust. So I don't know why that keeps locking up. It's really weird. Anyway, how's everybody else doing today? Hopefully you're all having a fantastic, whatever day it is today, Wednesday? Wednesday. Hope you're all having a fantastic Wednesday. And there is our other UEV robot arm. Right, we just got this one thing left to craft for this. Oh, speaking of what we're doing, give me a second. Let me Give me a second. I want to find out how much. I actually made a whole spreadsheet of how much, like, mostly how much Holmium we were going to get from one of these microminer missions. Where are we? Is that going to work? Yeah, I made a little spreadsheet showing how much of, like, everything we were going to get. Which turned out, like, with one mission, we're going to get, like, nearly 620, assuming these kind of fall within the averages. With the percentages, because a lot of the stuff that you get is percentage based, so I've kind of just done it based on that. But like 620 Holmium dust from one of those missions. The important thing, though, is 3,494 neutronium dust. That's, well, the Holmium's really the important bit, but nearly 3,500 neutronium dust, nearly 2,500 crystal matrix dust, those are huge, because that means that if we look at how long it's taking us to make 4 neutronium at the moment. Where are we? To make the 4 neutronium at the moment, we're running this at UH3, 70 seconds for 4. We can run one of those missions in 360 seconds, plus however long it takes to craft the items that go into it, into sending off the mission, and get... Oh, and processing time as well. We can get nearly 3,500. It's just going to be such a huge improvement. Yes, I would probably... I did see that. I did see the thing you posted. It looks like a cool start, but honestly, you are like probably going to need a little bit more land than that. I'm not by any means an expert on this. Somebody like Guitar Little, and I know, has played a lot more Vintage Story than me and knows a lot more about it than I do. So she might be able to give you a better idea. Not wanting to call you out of lurk if you're lurking, Guitar Lilin, but no, I would imagine it's probably, as cool as it would be, it's probably not the best place to start. Is this going to make prospecting for ores? I mean, you usually have to travel quite a distance to be able to find the resources you need anyway. Oh, I remember keybind I need to change again. Oh no, the full screen one didn't rebind. What? Huh. Okay. I mean, I don't know how easy it is to do in Vintage Story. I've never really tried it. I've always only ever just started in the location I got started in. But like, would you be able to kind of mark down the coordinates of that, go and head off to a somewhere more inland, and then until you have access to things like kind of boats or rafts or what have you, and an easy way of crossing the oceans and things like that, could you kind of stay on the mainland and then move to the island later? I don't know how viable that would be. Be quite cool, though. Anyway, we need to make that other battery. We need to get this started. Because this is going to take a lot. Oh, wait. No, there's something I wanted to do before I did that. One of the things that I noticed slowed us down before was this. It's running at UHV, but we've only got a 16x parallel hatch in there, and this is the extractor, by the way. This is getting all the extracting all the fluids for us. So I wanted to switch this out. I feel like there was something else I wanted to do. I can't for the life of me remember what it was. We do also still need to work on. I'd removed it already, didn't I? Because I couldn't remember what it was there for. We need to work on getting, not carbon, hydrogen. And improving our hydrogen setup. So that's the other plan for today. But we need this. And potentially speeding these up as well. These are currently both running at UHV, but we could probably run them at UEV without too many problems. Hopefully. At least not any short-term problems. If we were running them long-term, it might be an issue, but... Oh, I also meant to get some more Cryolobus crafted today. Because this actually might be another thing we want to this might be another thing we want to upgrade and get this running at UV rather than ZPM. Since Cryolobus is definitely one of the things that takes us a little while. We should have a UV energy hatch. No, we've got a 4 amp UV energy hatch. I don't want to quite go that far with it. Yeah, this is the plan for today, is basically get this microminer set up, get hydrogen fixed so that we can not be running out of hydrogen, because we're down to 410,000 at the moment. We were at 500,000 before, so we need to sort that out. We also Wait, the wetware circuits haven't broken, have they? Please tell me they've not broken. These LCRs are really driving me up the wall. No, they're fine. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. What was that used in again? So methane, ammonia, oxygen gas to make the hydrogen cyanides. No climbing on the wall. You don't like wiping the footprints away. I'll try not to. I promise. Right. Oh, water and methane gas. Oh, but that's only in circuit 1 though, so that wouldn't affect it. That's circuit 2, 3. Yeah, that's the only no circuit one that uses methane. Ammonia, hypochlorous acid, and methanol. We definitely shouldn't have all of those in there at the same time. Ammonia and oxygen, hypochlorous acid, ammonia formic acid. But that's one of the things we were trying to make, I think, the ammonium formate. Ammonia and oxygen will get us nitric oxides, but that's again circuit 1. It's really the no circuit ones that we need to think about. This is taking forever to make this. That's a wetware process again. We're going to have a lot of those to craft today. All right. Where was I putting this? I was putting this in the... oh, there it is. I'm putting this in... here. So we're going to have to... Take that out of there for a second, and take that out of there. Let this stop. I'm not sure how long we're... 23 seconds is for 2 it's taking at the moment. I've got to be very careful now that I don't actually accidentally pick up the UHV output one when I'm doing these kind of things. Right, 23 seconds down to 6 seconds. That's considerably better. What have I got the thing set to stop at? 4096. That should be fine. Darmo Nova, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome. Raiders, how is everyone doing? What are you up to today? Come on, let me tab to complete. Thank you. There we go. But how was the stream? Have you heard the Stoneblock 4 comes out next Wednesday? You've not mentioned it, but I did see that Slowpoke was testing it. So I figured it would come out soon. FTB seem to have a habit of not fully testing their packs before they release them recently. The Blood Moon has risen, a Dark Imp raid. I love that. I love that raid message. Oh, you're playing. Speaking of Stoneblock, you were playing Stoneblock 2. Nice. How far through are you? I've never actually completed a Stoneblock pack. Oddly enough. Wait, no, that's not done already, is it? Wait, Oh, no, I never started the battery, did I? Because we were waiting to put the parallel hatch in. I was going to say, that craft hasn't finished already. But yeah, for everyone just joining us, welcome. I am Chicheva. That is the wrong parallel. Did I make the wrong parallel hatch? No, I just put the wrong one back in. I am Chicheva, primarily modded Minecraft player. Currently in the end game of Monifactory. Mostly at this point, it's largely a waiting simulator. It's not the greatest. We're just gonna go through. I just want to go through before I go any further and see if there is anything that I can or need to speed up. That's still UV 4 amp. That's 4 amp UV. That's still running as ZPM, but I don't know if that matters. I'm going to upgrade that to a UV, a 4 amp UV, like the rest of the stuff as well, just to be on the safe side. If we can put the actual block in the right place, that'll be amazing. Not very far, still in the early stages of grinding. See, for me, I think for me, that's the more fun part of those packs. Like the early stages where you don't necessarily have much, so you've actually got to put a lot of work in, a lot of effort in to automate things. And then as you get a little bit further and you unlock things like the transmutation tables and what have you, just things get just a little too easy, and there's just not that challenge there anymore, I find. Right. Let's see if that's any faster. This is one of those things that we can't really batch craft since we're only crafting one of them. This is going to take forever. Hopefully, this lot is going to be a lot quicker now, though. Now that we have the slightly larger hatch in there. Although it probably will still struggle to do all of them at once because it's not going to output quickly enough. But it is definitely going to run quicker. Then that's the release date and stream chat, and honestly, it looked a bit rough around the edges. That doesn't surprise me. Where's my power gen? I was literally right above it. How are you getting on? Oh, we're up to using 25 million. That's not bad. They brought back fluid cows, but you don't trust the source, as it was random message with no sources. Okay. I do miss fluid cow. I miss the old fluid cows, the ones that they had in like Project Ozone 2. I do miss those fluid cows. Like 8,432 norm memory chips. Actually, that's probably another thing I could have upgraded. Although that's only running 8 recipes in parallel at the moment because it's doing UHPIC chips, but... Cows were fun, the breeding was a pain, though. Couldn't you put them in... Oh, no, were those the ones that you couldn't... Like, you had little pens, like single-block pens you could put them in, but you couldn't breed them from within those, right? you had to do them laid out in the world, like have them actually out in the world. Or am I misremembering this? Anyway, right, we need to start working on some other stuff. We hopefully this will allow us to do this. We need to redo this and turn it into multi-block. So basically, we need an LCR and we need an electrolyzer. I think I might actually put them on top of here, though. I will say I'm going to remain very dubious about new FTB packs until I see them. And actually play them, because there have been very few of them that have actually kind of lived up to expectations. So we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong. But we'll see. Not sure the percentage chance on some cows was like 100 breeds later, no success. Yeah, that's kind of like early forestry bees without gendustry kind of levels of weighting, and without using frames of any kind, which is the problem I kept running into. And when I say problem, I mean my own daft mistake. Using both Project E and Replication? That seems like a weird choice. Oh, and of course that's 4 blocks wide, isn't it? Does that mean, yeah, that's going to be awkward. Okay, so we can't really put this on top of here easily anyway. I guess we can. We have 5 minutes between breeding tries. Yeah, that's a long time. That's basically locking, well, almost locking progression behind RNG. We all know how I feel about that. I'm intrigued to see what kind of synergy they're expecting to get between the two. Of course, we're going to be waiting on the rotary hearth furnace again, aren't we? For the black steel. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see what kind of synergy they are getting with that. I really need you to do the bloody black steel, please. That would be amazing. I really should have had black steel passive. That's one of the things, if I were to replay this pack again, that's another thing I would do. I would basically set up an EBF for every single thing that has every single item that needs one, or just about any ones that we need in large quantities reasonably often, just so we can set it up to passively craft. Yeah, well, that seems to be pretty much what FTB packs are these days. It seems to go the way of a lot of packs, where it's just like a few cool ideas and interesting ideas, but then not a lot of substance past those ideas. We're not going to be able to do. We're going to be doing a lot of waiting today, chat. I do apologize. Oh, we do have an LCR available already, though, which is good. That's something. Yeah, there might be a lot of waiting today. Wiley, greetings. How you doing? Yeah, I agree, Chloe. I 100% agree. But then that's large. I'm a little biased in that I am. I love expert packs. Yeah, we're just gonna be waiting for this, aren't we? All right, so let's figure out while we're waiting. Let's figure out exactly where everything's gonna go. Should be down here, right? All right. Let's use the usual netherrack for figuring this out. Right, so is it 5 wide, the electrolysis chamber? Four wide. 4 wide by 1, 2. Yeah, 4 by 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be a little awkward, though. Like, I don't like that that's right up against there. I don't think it's, like, the end of the world, but it's a little annoying. Unfortunately, it's not just FTB that does that, though. I mean, as nice as Ben Law is, the speed at which he puts out packs is just insane. And all of them have that, or at least a lot of them have that one fun mechanic, and then not necessarily a huge amount of substance outside of that. At least that was my experience of them. But then again, like I say, I'm very specific about the packs I play. I tend not to play a lot of the lesser known packs unless I know they are very well put together. I want to have these directly next to each other. Because basically what we're going to be doing is remaking this setup. So the way this works is the chemical reactors are... sodium is combined with water to make sodium hydroxide and a bucket of hydrogen, and then the sodium hydroxide gets electrolyzed to return that piece of sodium and oxygen and hydrogen. It's basically just like a slightly faster electrolysis loop. So hopefully that'll work and do what we need it to do. Oh, I need maintenance hatches. We're starting to get very awkward with placement of things now. There's a maintenance hatch. I need a coil. And then we'll fit hatches in a moment. We'll actually have to... Obviously, we haven't got all the hatches and everything in here yet, but that's fine. That doesn't need a circuit. So, right, let's figure this out. So we want to make sure that these run at roughly the same kind of speed. We don't want one of them necessarily going any faster than the other. Although it doesn't matter so much with the LCR because it is perfectly overclocked, so... Alright, so if we're running this, say we run this at ZPM. This is perfectly overclocked, so that'll be 0.15 seconds per bucket. Wait. Oh, no, it will be less than that because it will be, go down into subticks, won't it? Hmm. We might need to move that over a bit as well. So, what I need to be able to do is have... So it's only ever the fluids we need to input. Oh, did we... Ah, nitrosis shame is done. Good. Right, so only ever the fluids we need to input, right? So if we just have these directly next to each other and have the output bus from there feed into the input bus from there, and an output bus there feed into an input bus there directly, that should just loop the sodium round. We have to move this over by a block. I don't normally like having things this close to get, like, just placed this close together. It just makes it awkward to see what's going on, but I think we should be okay with this. Famous last words, but... So that'll be output bus. That will... So that will have that as the output bus, that as the input bus, or vice versa. And then we'll have the... output hatch over here. We'll put the output hatch there. This is... Oh, it's going to be like that. So we're going to need a couple of output buses and a couple of input buses. Oh, I do need an input hatch as well. We can probably do that as a stocking hatch for the water. Because we do have an infinite supply of water, so that should be fine. How are we getting on here? Like, what are we still waiting for? Vanadium gallium, naquita alloy. Yeah, it's still taking a while. Yeah, I'm kind of the same, Guitar Lilin. It's kind of like you... It's hard to explain. It's kind of like when you accidentally, like you just accidentally start picking random things up that you don't mean to. I mean, you can change it so it uses a keybind, I think, but even so, it's still a little frustrating. Alright, what else do I need for the electrolytic thing? What's it? I need a parallel hatch. That's going to take forever again, isn't it? If we... We'll do a 256 one, although this is probably going to take forever to actually craft, depending on what else is being crafted right now. So we need 12 electrolytic cells and 40 non-conducting casings. Hey, Monkey Border. How you doing? Alright. Really hope this works. Alright, output hatch. Can go there. I've also got to figure out how I'm going to get my covered cables up here as well. Without it, like, things connecting in places and in ways I don't want them to. Because I do like to keep everything, like, give everything its own connections to kind of like the main ME line. It just makes changing things later a little easier. bring that up to there. We do want to turn both of these off as well. So if we bring that across there, that across there, then we just got to connect those, I guess. I don't know about that, because it's going to be a bit of a pain to get through to that. There's going to be an emitter on there. I didn't even get the emitter on there, apparently. I guess we do have shrinks, so we could always just shrink ourselves down and get in there, but... Do I have as... I have a lot of ZPM energy hatches, apparently. Uh-huh. So, yeah, so we have that down there. Oh, no, we should still be able to get into there from this, even though we've got a peer-to-peer on there. That should be fine. I have 25 litres of apple juice mashed and pressed today. I'll start to be cider tomorrow. Oh, nice. Are we talking like proper alcoholic cider or the... Because isn't there like American, like regular cider non-alcoholic? Or am I completely forgetting that and getting it wrong? It's about 5%. That's not bad. I went off cider for a very long time when I was younger. I used to drink a lot. You used to be able to get like these I think it was like 3 or 4 litre bottles of cider for like a couple of pounds, like £2.50 or something. And I used to just buy loads of those and just get very, very drunk on cider. And yeah, it wasn't good. I was very sick on many occasions. It kind of put me off cider a little bit for a while. It's very refreshing on a nice hot day, though. Okay, right. And we should have our electrolytic cells as well. We do. Beautiful. That does not go there. Alright, so we're going to need maintenance hatch and we're going to need our parallel hatch, which we're waiting on now. I don't know how fast we're going to need this to run to keep up. If we got 256 times, if we've got 256 times energy parallel, we should hopefully be okay. We'll see though. I'm gonna do this as a UV energy hatch regardless though. What are we still waiting on for you? More NOR memory chips, more UHPIC wafers. I think I'm going to have to add another cutter on, you know? I think that might be another job for today. Because that's like a lot of what's taking the time for us now is the cutters. Like UHPIC chips, like 45 seconds for 64 of them. That's running a UHV. Still doing fine for power, though. Right, so that'll take care of those. We should have the output hatch by now as well. We do. Perfect. If we put the output hatch here, this is a very awkward setup for this. But hopefully, it'll still work. Oh god, we might be waiting a while for this though. Since that's got to wait for the cutter. So is that. God damn it. Everything's got to wait for the cutters. We're definitely making another cutter. That is a definite. Hey, Panda, how you doing? I am a non-conducting case missing. Am I forgetting something that I need with this? Oh no, it's just in case we needed an input hatch as well, isn't it? Which we didn't. We need one more non-conducting casing then. Ay. You know, not paying nothing, good and have to do schoolwork. Hopefully the schoolwork will kind of take your mind off the pain a little bit. And pain does suck though. I've not exactly had pain to deal with lately, but well, I've had a migraine and very intense pain behind my eye, which doesn't seem to want to go away at the minute. It usually goes away after about like a day. It's just still lingering this time though. A nausea feeling, but that's about as far as it goes with me. Oh, come on. What are you even working on now? Yeah, somebody remind me that we need to make another one of these bloody things later. Yeah, that's doing 944 NOR memory chips at a time. So that's actually reasonably quick, but... we are just waiting now. I don't know whether to stop this thing running or not, or whether just to leave it. I think I might just leave it, honestly. But I really need my parallel hatch, please. And my energy hatch. Oh, I've got to set this to stock water. And that should output the hydrogen from there. I'm kind of curious how quick this is. Oh, very. That answers that question. That is very quick. We just gotta hope this can kind of keep up with it. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna put another stack of sodium in there. I really want to know how long this takes to go through it. But it's literally the stat. I think it's a tick. And that's wait. So that if that's just done in one tick, that's basically a stack of like 64 buckets of hydrogen in one tick. This should keep us in oxygen as well, honestly. Mostly. Now we're just going through... We're going to have so many circuits to craft today. Because we've still got the thing that we're still waiting on is this, the Infinity Power Unit. We've got like 16 UHV circuits and 8 UEV circuits. There was something else I was looking at. I can't remember what it was that used... that someone had like 64 UHV circuits in it. I can't remember what it was though. It was a lot of circuits though. Come on, we haven't got all day. Most of the day's already gone because I didn't wake up till 4:30. 3:30 rather. Yeah, we're just waiting on circuit crafting again. I'm glad I made 3 of these, but they're still not fast enough. Even running at UHV, these are still relatively slow. Not finished the pack yet? We're getting there. Cappy, we are getting there. We're just working on the tier 11 microminer, which will get us Holmium, which is something we sorely need right now for various things. But this is taking forever, and we are using a lot of hydrogen, which is why we're trying to do this, but trying to kind of redo our hydrogen setup using multi-blocks, but then at the same time, we're struggling to do that because we can't, because while we're crafting this another of these ultimate batteries, it's holding up a whole bunch of different things. Hey, there's the parallel hatch, though. How are you doing, Cappy? Yeah, we should be done. I'm still hoping to be finished by the end of next week, but we'll see. You broke your hand. Ouch. Rufus, you need a hidden gem pack. Ooh. You broke your hand, though. Ouch. How did you manage to do that? I'm trying to think what kind of pack are you looking for, Rufus? I'll be honest, there hasn't been a huge amount of new packs. You flew from an electric scooter. You know you're supposed to kind of like ride those things, not fly on them, right? Just saying. He's riding it, but you flew. Just trying to find new uses for these things. 45 kilometers an hour. I'm not even sure how fast that is. Ouch. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. At least you're still like mostly in one piece. At least certainly enough to be able to type, so that's a good thing. Yeah, we're gonna be stuck for a while until these are done. The crystal processor mainframes. I need to check to see if any of the other circuits are going to be better to craft than those, because I remember that when we did it before, it was actually taking longer with the kind of better circuits. You're on the ground, people saw you, they were walking their dogs, when no one asked, do you need help? Whereabouts do you live, Cappy? Just out of curiosity, because I know there are some cities where people just find it easier and safer just to walk on by, which kind of sucks. To answer the question, apparently you can squat in one area, make stuff for resources, do the rest of the pack without it being too annoying or difficult. So more kind of kitchen sink kind of packs. I honestly wouldn't know what to suggest for that. Obviously, my usual go-to is kind of expert packs, so... Yeah, that's fair. They usually are along those lines. I honestly don't know what to suggest. Oh, wait, what finished? Oh, I thought I saw something finished then, but I think it was literally just this coming into view. Dang it. If anyone else has suggestions... You just found the Can I Lick It periodic table t-shirt? Well, I'm not sure I agree with some of the safe ones, like licking nitrogen. I mean, technically, a lot of them you probably could lick. It's not... It does say, can you lick it, though, not should you lick it. There's a very, very important distinction to be made there. You could lick a lot of things. But whether you should or not, that's the real trick. Yeah, no, I've got no idea in terms of packs, honestly. I'm genuinely not sure. I'm also getting very bored of just flying around doing nothing. I need my circuits, damn it. We're almost done with the crystal processor mainframes, though, and then we just got the energy clusters. And then we're actually almost done with that. That should be the long-winded part of this last item. That should be the difficult bit. The Hadal energy cores maybe a little bit as well. Your issue with most packs is it's just annoying for endgame. That's fair, yeah. Endgame, a lot of packs don't really seem to kind of really focus much on the endgame. You'd pay nitrogen is not the best idea. Not sure. Go lick it. So I mean, yeah, a lot of expert packs do follow that rule. It's not, like I say, not so much difficult, more just make a ridiculous amount of this item, which is not in itself difficult. Usually, it's usually just a case of spamming machines over and over again to make it faster, which I 100% agree. That is not difficult. It's just tedious. That's why I like this pack. This pack, the end game of this is definitely more challenging than most packs. Okay. So that's running 64 recipes in 0.9 seconds. That's going up a little faster now. I think we might be okay for hydrogen. Maybe. I'm still not entirely sold, though. I'm still only using 245,760 EU per tick. That's not even using 1 amp of UV. That's making 64. Hey, and there's our battery. Nice. Right, there we go. We have our 2 ultimate batteries now. We also have our hydrogen set up. I still don't know whether that's going to be fast enough, but it's definitely considerably faster than it was. Actually, I'm kind of regretting the way I set this up, because I'd like to have been able to see the input of the, of this. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me turn that off. Let me try something here. If we put a barrel in between here and here, we remove that. We'll take those out. So I'd like to be able to see what's being input into where. And we do that. Then we can see that. The only thing is we can't see what's in there, though. So I guess what we can do instead... Ah, no, I was going to say I could put it down there, but I can't because we've got the energy hatch there. I guess I could move the energy hatch. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I just like to be able to see like what's coming in where, and just kind of gives you a better idea of where bottlenecks are. The input bus will go there. Output bus will go there. I'm wondering if putting in a... By putting in some more sodium would actually speed this up. I think it would, actually. So if we can keep this going constantly... There we go, yeah, that's doing... Now it's doing... Cycling between 64 and 128 recipes. If I put another stack of sodium in there... How about... I'm assuming I can't put more in there and have it go up to 256. Oh, maybe we can. 256 in 2 seconds. So that's 500, like, that's 1,000 buckets of hydrogen in 2 seconds, basically. Because we're getting 256, well, 512. No, it is 512. 1,000 buckets of hydrogen in 4 seconds. Because you're getting 512 from there, from 2 recipes. And then we're also getting hydrogen from there as well. So that should take care of our hydrogen issues. Yeah, we should be good. We should be fine for hydrogen. Right, let's get this infinity power unit sorted out. Let's get a recipe going for that. We do need the enriched aquatrinium, europium, duronide plates, and we've already got those passive, so that's fine. The UEV circuits, we will switch out for that. Everything else looks fine. We just got to do those. I see Pretzel's doing well with the whole instrumentals only thing again. Let's see if it actually plays the proper things with, since it seems to be working mostly as it was before now, let's see if we can put synthwave back on again, see if it actually gives us synthwave. That seems synthwavy. All right. So you go in there, and we just got you down into our ass lines. So it's probably still going to take a minute or two for these to actually craft the rest of the stuff, but... Is that right? Yeah. Wrong place. The rest of the stuff, but this should be fine, I think. Oh my god, that is a lot of quantum flux. Holy shit. What's using all the quantum flux? Oh, wait, is it the... Wait, where's all the quantum flux needed? What needs all the quantum flux? Like, we can make it, but shit. Not that. Oh, maybe the netherite scrap? The multi-dimensional CPU wafers, possibly? I don't know. I wish we had an actual crafting tree for this so you could see where the items are being used. But my concern is I don't want it to start crafting a bunch of microminers to do this. I think we should be fine, but I just don't want it to craft a bunch of microminers that we don't need. It's saying to craft those, but that's not actually going to craft them. That's just going to get them back as a byproduct from the missions. Same with that one. No, I think we're okay. We just need more of the quantum flux. That's all. Right. Okay. So what is going to be our best method for making more of this? Probably just what we've already got, honestly. Let's just make an actual recipe for that. Because so far we've had it passived. So let's see if this will work. So this should go in the mixer. This is mixer with no circuit, right? Or I guess we could just... No, we could just do it as a crafting recipe instead. That might actually be a better idea. We get the same amount, so... There we go. Did it need a heart of the universe as well? I'm guessing it did, didn't it? Enigmatica, how expert is it really? Which one? Which one are we talking? Because in my opinion, Enigmatica 2 Expert E2E is an amazing pack. That is one of my favorite packs. And it was very, very well done. Do I have a bunch of empowered stuff here that I need to craft? Yes. I think I'm gonna see if I can parallelize this. Do we want to do that, or do we want to make the insanely expensive crystallization thing? Oh yeah, that's where we needed the 64 UHV circuits. Now I remember. This, for what this is, this seems incredibly expensive. Like 63 buckets of Nequadria. Like for what this is, like I'm genuinely not sure why this is so expensive. I genuinely do not see why that is so expensive. That's insane. That's ridiculous. I think I might just try and parallelize this. The only thing I can think is that it would be a it's going to be faster regardless, but it's for what it is, it seems excessive. I've seen you played E2E, you speedrun it in 4 days. I mean, you can do that, but it doesn't necessarily make it a bad pack. By any means. No, you can run through it really quickly if you want to, or you can take your time and enjoy setting up the infrastructure. And taking a little bit more time with it. It's like it just all depends on how you want to play, I guess. I don't know if these read only on the same level as them. I think they only read on the same level as them. Also, I could have sworn that these used to tell you how much, how many pedestals were in range. Or am I thinking of something else? Hmm. I'm going to see what this is like. Whoops. With one of these. With one extra one of these. If we really start to need a lot of these things, then I'll actually make the crystallizer. What am I doing? We'll see. If we make another 4 of that. Make another 4 of these. All right. You go in there. I appreciate the lurk, Zedek. Thank you. I hope you are well. I really wish this would tell me how many pedestals were in range. Oh, wait, I am going to have to hook this up. Can I do that? I have to hook that up like that as well, so it's actually connected. Oh, shit, and I've also realized that this isn't going to work either, is it? Because I still need to fit the packager and unpackager under there. Hmm. How am I going to do this? I'm just going to have to make that crystallization chamber, aren't I? Fuck it, we'll do it. Oh, sorry, the universal crystallizer. It's so expensive, though. It's so goddamn expensive. All right. We're making it. Please tell me I did just make one of those. I think I just made one. Yeah. Where am I going? Down here. We're already getting sidetracked today, it seems. Right, start that going. Oh yeah, I set up keybinds so I could just go directly to the different things. I keep forgetting I did that when I redid the keybinds this morning. Alright, so 24 large crystallization chambers, 24 oh, we're gonna have to do the recipes for the combination package crafters as well. That is so much stuff. So we're gonna need that, and we're gonna need that. I'm going to start batch crafting a bunch of the UHV circuits while we're setting up the rest of these recipes just so that we can have everything available. Oh, we need the liquid actinium as well. How are we doing for actinium now? Oh, we're doing all right. We've still got 12,000. We're fine. I could have sworn I'd done a recipe for the large crystallization chamber, though. I could have sworn I'd done one. But I guess not. We might be waiting a little while. We might be getting to play a little bit more words on stream, by the way, chat. In this, if we are stuck around waiting for a while, we might be getting to play a little bit more words on stream. Right, all that lot's already craftable. The crafting core. And then a block of tungsten carbide. That should be all we need for those. And then the actinium. Wait. I've got to remember, I've got to think where we're actually going to put this as well. I think I know, but... Depends if it's going to fit. Like, how big is this multi-block? Pretty chunky. It's 7 by 7. Oh, man, all the fusion coils as well. We have got so much to make here. And these circuits are going to take forever. The joys of endgame. Hey, and that's done. All right, cool. Oh, man, we're already running out of space in this one. We're going to have to add another one soon. I don't want to end up having to kind of chain those together if I can help it. Okay, it looks like I was hoping we'd get to this like relatively early, but it's not looking like we're going to. I guess what we can do though is head over here. And this is currently making our quantum flux. If I set this, what have we got storage-wise for quantum flux? At the moment, 4K, so that would be what, 32,000 we could get up to? Give or take. So if we just set this to 16384, that will keep a little bit more passively available. Yeah, just making, did I make 8 of those circuits? Yeah, just making 8 of those circuits has taken a while. And we got to make 64 of them. $64 universal warp controller, 64 titanium coils. And then on top of all this, we've still got to make this. I don't understand. Like, this has got to be one of the most expensive multi-blocks there is. It does only take like 3 millibuckets of enriched naquadah, though, to get 7 of those. And we don't have to... So, actually, this is actually going to be really good because the way we normally make these things is... We need to make all these extra components. Like, we need the block of Anori crystal and the apatite. Whereas if we're doing this in the crystallizer, we just need, like, 63 iron dust and a tiny bit of liquid enriched naquadah. So I guess that does make sense. And I'm going to assume that these... blocks are used a lot. At least some of them are used a lot as we go through and get into endgame. Yeah, they're used for the bathyal energy cores. Those are. They're used in the ultimate gems. So yeah, I think this is going to be worthwhile doing. I'm still going to do these. I'm still going to craft a bunch of this stuff. The stuff that takes a while, I'm still going to craft in batches, though, I think. Fusion coils. How many did we need? I'm gonna craft these in batches as well of maybe 10. How's our hydrogen doing? Oh wait, I never shut off the hydrogen, did I? Hang on, let me make a slightly larger cell for the hydrogen as well. I'm on the wrong side again. Because at the minute we're not shutting these off. And I feel like we probably should. Since we're not actually, nothing's actually going anywhere. Right, or we just do that. Grab that. Put you into there, and this should give us plenty of storage for the hydrogen. Although, I don't know if this is going to allow me to take this out. No, I can't take it out because we've got hydrogen constantly going into it. So we need to shut you off and you off. And then hopefully... There we go. All right. And we can turn you back on. You back on. And stick you in there. This is going to leave us with not a lot of hydrogen for a little bit, but that's fine. Actually, you know, this isn't going to take as long as I thought to do these. Have I, I've got the final superconducting coil block in here, right? Recipe. Yeah, I think that is the right one. Yeah, it's the final one. That's fine. How are we doing for trinium now, anyway? Oh, we're fine. We've got plenty of trinium. How's the Cryolobus doing? Ooh, 1,300. It's getting there. And the Warden Tendrils are still doing fine. I think I need to switch these out for 4 amp. Oh, wait. Why is that only running at UV? Wait a minute. Huh. Why is that only... I guess because of the parallels, it's actually cheaper to run it at UV rather than UHV. I think I do want to upgrade these to 4 amp UHV hatches, though, on both the rotary hearth furnace and the ABS, though. That's something else we're going to have to do, and I think we're going to have to do that next. So we'll do 4 amp UHV energy hatch. I'm pretty sure we haven't got a recipe for these yet. That headache's coming back already. Got the 4 amp dynamo hatch. We'll wait till the rest of this stuff has finished crafting, though, before we switch stuff out. Before we start crafting anything more. Yeah, we really need these running faster. This is kind of our bottleneck at the moment, I think. Or this and the cutter, which we still need to make another cutter as well. Come on. Hurry up. What have we got waiting after you? Samarium iron oxide. I do love the look of the Omnic coils, though. That's a little better. 23,040 millibuckets in 9 seconds. That's not bad. Right, hopefully... That's just got a cool now. Do I need to speed up the cooling of this as well, I wonder? It's running at UV, so... maybe? Yeah, if we up that to UHV and have that at UEV... that should be good. So we'll wait till this is done. Have we got the circuits? No, we're still waiting on those. I don't understand that little tooltip there. The where processor mainframe, no mouth and must scream. What's that all about? Do I even want to know? I don't think I do. Yeah, that's going through that, but it could really do with going through a little bit quicker. Isaac Asimov? That would make sense. I've never watched any of the, read, rather, any of the Isaac Asimov books. There's 10 of our fusion coil blocks. We're going to wait until we got these processors. Although, why are the processors seem to have kind of stalled, potentially. Have they stalled, or are they... Well, that's going, but... why is it not putting the others through here? Or is it just waiting on one? Oh, it's just waiting on one, that's why. Harlan Ellison. Okay. I haven't read any books by them either, actually. To be fair, I haven't read many books outside of, like, Stephen King. I really need to expand my horizons a little bit in the literary front. Right, so we want two regular UHV hatches. And then we're going to want one 4-amp. Right? Yeah. So we're going to need two 4-amps, aren't we? Because we need one for there, one for there. All right, we'll get this sorted first, and then we'll do the, do this. What am I doing in terms of power? Where the hell am I putting the power into this thing? Over here. Okay, we have only got the one hatch, so that's fine. We're slowly getting towards the end of the pack, though, chat. We could probably start actually making this at this point, but, you know. Wait, that said it... No, I was going to say, that said it'd give me the two UHV single to amp hatches. It had not. It lied to me. Alright, so... we remove you. We remove you. I really hope that wasn't doing anything while I was doing that. You and you in there. And we give you UHV power. Oh, I am going to need one more high temperature casing though, aren't I? Because we're only going to have one hatch in there now. Yeah, we don't need to do anything higher than UHV in here, so I think that's fine. If we remove you, you, and you. You go in there. And you go in there. And then we should have one more UHV 4 amp energy hatch, which we can replace this with. I am going to turn this off and make sure it doesn't start running in the middle of it. Alright, story set against the backdrop of World War III, where a sentient supercomputer named AM, or AM, born from the merging of the world's major defense computers, eradicates humanity except for 5 individuals. See, now I want to read that to find out why it saved those particular 5 individuals. Right, let's see if this is actually going to be running at... I mean, that's not bad. I mean, to be fair, it kind of is humanity's fault. I mean, they created it in the end of the day, so, you know, it's got a point. Alright, do I need to increase the speed of our ass lines as well? I don't think these are what's slowing us down, though. Maybe we go and upgrade all of these to UHV, or UEV rather. I think we do. I think we're going to need another 3 4 amp UHV energy hatches. Also, what happened? I made 16 of those. Where did I use 4 of them? Ah. In the energy hatches. Okay. Right. Reridits. What's taking the time? I've noticed that take a bit of time before as well. What takes the time with Reridits? Is it the cooling? It's going to be the cooling, isn't it? That's cooling Cryolobus at the moment. Yeah, this is a large amount of what endgame is. Like, a Reridit is still waiting. Why is it still waiting on the Reridit? Oh, shit, I know why. I never turned this back on again. Whoops. That's why it wasn't working. I didn't have to turn it off and on again. I just had to turn it bloody on. Idiot. Right, where are the wetware circuit boards being made? And are they taking a while? Okay, those are being made in the circuit assemblers. Yeah, I think I am gonna upgrade all of these to 4 amp UHV hatches. Hopefully, like, once we've got to that, we shouldn't need to upgrade them too much more. Actually, we might want to do the cutting machine. Well, we still need to make a second one of those, actually. There's so much to do. Right, how long is the ruthenium, trinium stuff? Oh, God, I've gone too far. Oh. Can't find out because it's finished already. Cool. Well, that's a good thing. Wait, how many did I make? I made 4. Why did I make 4? I only needed 3. Whoops. Oh, well, we've got an extra one that we can use for whatever else needs it, because let's be honest, lots of things are going to need to be sped up. There's 1. Yeah, like, largely these parallel hatches are kind of useless in here. There's 2. We've got to wait till everything's stopped crafting as well. Otherwise there's a chance we're going to end up losing items. Speaking of which, I think I still have all of my stabilized microminers as well, which is nice. Like, one of them's out on a mission at the moment, but I think we've got all the rest of them. Right, I'm going to turn you off for now. Actually, remember to turn all of these back on again. Okay. Right, we're still waiting on the wetware one, so I think we might need to actually upgrade the assembly lines as well. Yeah, like the wetware processor mainframes is taking like 50 seconds. Would the wetware processor... Sorry, would the matter processor supercomputers be better for this? How long do those take? See, those only take 10 seconds. But we still need to make everything else for them. Let's see how long that takes to actually craft one of those. If it's actually quicker. The downside with doing these is that we need to use a lot more of the... we'll probably need to make more of the universe doped balls. Oh, and we do need activated netherite as well, so this is will actually probably take longer to make one of those. Alright, well, we've got 16 UHV universal circuits now. We need 64. If we do another 8 of those... Yeah, I think this would take longer to craft than the other ones. It's probably slightly cheaper for the most part in terms of materials, but I think it's actually going to take longer. Since we're trying to speed things up, taking longer is not a good thing. It looks like there are a few other things we are going to need to upgrade here as well. Yeah, like the... Oh my lord, yeah, the HSSS and the HSSE are completely out. So we want to upgrade all of these. These are currently only running at IV as well, so... So if we upgrade those two all to ZPM, I'd like to upgrade the coil blocks as well. Wait, how many cores will we need? So 16 plus 20, so 36, I think, for this entire set of things. Is it worth making a bunch of Omnic coils for these? Probably. Fuck it, yeah. I really want to get to this microminer today. But this is going to take so long to craft. And to set up. And a lot of stuff. Blocks of actinium as well. That is got to be the most expensive multi-block in this entire thing. I swear to God. Also, I don't know what this is doing here. I do think that this might be where we'd put the crystallizer, though. Since like pretty much nothing that's been making titanium. That's about it. We might put the crystallizer in here since we've got all this space doing nothing right now. Yeah, we're going to be waiting a while for the coils, but if I take that out of there, that out of there, and that out of there, and then we... switch that out. Why are you continuing to do anything right now? I'm guessing you were already doing stuff by the time I switched stuff over there. How long are you taking now? It's down to 9 seconds. That's good. Okay, right. So you get switched out, and you get switched out. And then you go in there, and you go in there. Right, what do these need in terms of fluids? Argon. Do we have enough argon to do that? Probably not. We've got less than 3,000 buckets of argon. But this should be a whole lot quicker. Those were about like 35 seconds before. They're down to 9 now. And once we get Omnic coils in there, they should be considerably quicker than that. Although we might start running into problems with producing the dusts quick enough, so we might need to speed that up as well. Right, okay. These are still crafting. Did I forget to turn this back on again? I did. No wonder that stalled. I'm curious about power usage now. 25 million. It's still alright. The other place we could put the crystallizer would be over here somewhere. But that's going to make things a little awkward. We need to get rid of these as well. Like, these are not doing anything anymore. That's 7 by 7. We could have potentially put it on here, actually, in the middle of this. But it would be, like, right up against here. Which I'm not a huge fan of. No, I think we'll put it over the other side, where I said. When we eventually actually get it crafted. Which... it'll take a little while. And I think I am going to upgrade the assembly lines as well. I think I need to. The 4 amp UHV energy hatches. Yeah, it's going to be better to make those than to make 2. So we've got 1 already. We just need 2 more. How's everybody else doing anyway? What is everybody else doing? Has anybody got any plans for Halloween? Just out of curiosity. I did consider whether there was anything I wanted to do kind of like horror game wise. As kind of a last stream before I take my break. Since we are in kind of spooky month right now, but I have no idea what I'd want to play. You good playing Factorio 1.1 at the minute? I really need to try and properly get into Factorio. Like there's so many games I want to play and I want to be able to find the time to play. Like Factorio is one of them I'd like to learn to play properly. Like, well, I say play properly, to learn to kind of be a little bit more efficient in. Foundry's another one, actually. Foundry, has anyone here played Foundry? It's another factory building game. Oh, I do need solid machine casings, though, to replace these. Right, so we want to remove you and you. Put you there, get rid of you, and put you in there. You have, Gil? I remember you, I think you stopped by when we were playing like one of the early versions of it on stream at one point. You were around for that. I've not, like, it's changed so much since then though. Like I've not had a chance to properly play it since the actual full release of it. I just realized that I might have broke this in the middle of things crafting. Oops, a daisy. Well, let's hope I didn't break anything. If I did, oops. If any of these are locked, have crafting locks, then I'm screwed. No, we're good. We're fine. Right, so these should be running at UEV now. Or UEV power, at least. But yeah, that's another game I really want to... that's another game I really want to spend more time playing. And getting a little further in. Alright, we need to turn you off. We need to turn all of these off again. While we switch out the coils. And hope that I made enough. But yeah, Foundry, I love the idea of like kind of the voxel based aspects of Foundry. I think they've got a lot more kind of decorative options now as well. For ways you can kind of make your factories a little more aesthetically pleasing. Right, these were all down to like 9 seconds to craft before. Now we're down to 1 second. That works. And probably less power usage as well. Well, definitely less power usage. I still need to play through the whole of Satisfactory as well and not get stuck at the oil phase. Because that's what seems to happen most of the time. It's like I'll get to the oil stages in Satisfactory and then I'll just run out of steam. I think a lot of it is just I spend way too long just running around the map. Because it's so well made. Right, fusion thingamawatts. We need another 10. Oh, actually, we need another 20 of you, but we'll do 10 at a time. Al, how you doing? It's good to see you. Why was there a sheep over there? It's actually not a sheep. It's a Glacian ram. And we decided to bring a few back because they look kind of cool. They're from over at Glacio. Yeah, they're all over the place over here. Not that you can see a lot here because it's literally blinds you. You're probably done now, aren't you? Yeah. Star Rapture? Is that the one they had a demo not too long ago? Because I played that and the performance on that demo was absolutely atrocious. The gameplay looked like it would be really fun, but just the actual optimization of it at that point was just terrible. Hopefully they fixed that by the end of it, because that did look really good. Alright, so stuff's still going, stuff's happening. Things are hopefully cooling pretty quickly in here now. They appear to be. Blackfest needs optimization, especially on the Rapture part. Yeah. It's one of those games that's like, they maybe released the demo a little too early, I think. Things are crafting a lot quicker now, though, at least, which is good. But yeah, I think they released the demo just like a little too early, maybe. Wait, please tell me, it was 30 I needed. I've not just made a bunch of random fusion cores for no reason, have I? No, we're good. We're fine. We do need 2 Omnic Matrix casings and 86 laser safe casings. Wait, what just finished there? Ah, it was the, You know what, let's just make the recipe for this and we'll just start it crafting and hope we don't run into any issues. Right, we've got everything we need. I didn't actually check to see if what... Okay, it is just UHV we need for that, good. I'd say like 2 weeks from Stoneblock 4's house play and give it a fair chance. That's what I generally like to do with things. Like I will, the things that I tend to kind of slate the most and kind of hate on the most, I generally always try and give them like a decent chance. Like I did with Modern Industrialization. I tried to play through like the whole of Modern Industrialization's progression like as it was intended. To see how I got on with it, and it wasn't well, admittedly, but like I at least did try and give it a proper go. What are you going to tell me you don't have? Not enough sterilized growth medium. Not enough hot europium ingots. Why can you can craft hot europium ingots? What are you talking about? And not enough iron 3 chloride. Okay. That's all fixable. Oh, what the hell is going on in here? Oh, nothing really. That's fine. Wait, what was that? What was I missing for this? And why was I missing it? I still don't understand. Oh, right, the hot europium ingots are fine, actually. It seems. Okay. So we need to store a little bit more sterilized growth medium, which is this. So if we set that to 512 buckets, that'll give us a little bit more of that. And then the iron chloride is upstairs. Not that far upstairs. Iron chloride is over here. If we set that to 2048 buckets, that should be okay. I'm dreading the point where we start to run out of things, because this is the late game is such a nightmare. It's like you've got so many different resources to keep track of that you're not going to know until something like that. Most things are running out until they become a problem. And by that point, it's quite often too late to really mitigate the problem properly. There we go. We've got 30 fusion coil blocks at least, though, which is good. I think, to be honest, it was a good time for it. It showed what needs doing and gives them time. No, that's fair, Gil. But the problems they were having, the performance issues they were having, were things that they probably should have known were going to be an issue before then. Like, if they'd have tested it at all, they would have known. You would have thought, right? What Sayo said about the endgame has very much intrigued you, but knowing FTB might just be placing blocks. What has he said about the endgame? All right, we're still... I don't know why it's telling me it's missing, like, the yttrium barium cuprate. Like, it can make yttrium barium cuprate. Oh, shit, there's also no crafting CPUs available, because this is 654,234 bytes. Oops. How big are our crafting CPUs? Oh, they're not too far off. Make a few more of those. Have to repair a thing called a world engine. Okay. Does sound somewhat intriguing. I will hold off judgment on it then until I've seen a little bit more of it. I probably still won't play it. Probably not, certainly not on stream anyway, but... right, we are going to make you just a little bit taller. And we'll add some more onto these as well. Right, now you shouldn't complain at me. What the...
I just lost the game.
So did everybody else. Rallius, damn it. Thank you for the $5, Rallius. I appreciate it. I appreciate it despite you making everybody lose the game. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Rallius? I've lost it. There it is. See, it keeps telling me it's missing stuff that it should be able to create. Oh, it's because I'm going to have to speed a few more things up, it seems. Like niobium titanium is being made in there. See, like this is only running at IV. This, I'm assuming this is used for like HSSS and potentially. What's the niobium titanium used? Is that, no, that won't be used in. It'll be used in a bunch of things, but I think what I'm going to want to do is make a bunch of LUV mixtures.
Running away!
Nah, we'll upgrade the ones that need to be upgraded. Alright, no worries, Quiet. I appreciate the luck. Hopefully you managed to get some rest. Yeah, let's look at which ones we are running short on. Or aren't keeping up, and we'll just upgrade those. Vanadium gallium can probably do with upgrading a little bit, and we could probably do with storing a lot more of a lot of these things as well. Alright, let's... do that. We'll take you out of there. We'll let you finish. I've just realized, do I have niobium titanium? Do I have niobium titanium request craftable? I should have. Oh, what do we need for the, what do we need for this? Circuit-wise. Circuit 1. V, thank you for the hydrates. And Wolfie with the 3-stream streak. How much are we storing of that? Let's just make sure. Like, I think I'm going to up all of the ones we've got here to at least 1,024 stored. Not that it should make a difference, like, with a lot of these things, but... like, how much we have stored. What are you, Dark Steel Dust? Luminescence. What even are you? Sterling Silver? Yeah. How are you doing, V? And Wolfie, how are you doing? How's everybody doing? Like, everything's going to be going at once now. There shouldn't be anything here that's going to be a problem if we store more of it. I hope. Famous last words, but... bloody hell, it's getting loud over here now. Just lurky. I appreciate the lurk. Alright. How is our sterilized growth medium getting on? 306 buckets of that now. Right, okay, so what are we still missing to make this thing? Nothing. Lots of things. There we go. That's the problem with passive crafting of things, I guess. Took a melatonin last night and had some weird fucking dreams. Good weird or bad weird or just weird weird? This is so frustrating how long we're gonna have to wait to do all this stuff. Oh man, that's gonna take forever. This is actually gonna take forever to craft everything. Oh shit, we're actually, with everything running there, we are only just making enough. And it'll take us 3,600 years to fill. Damn. Alright, we don't want to run anything like that too often. Not that it matters, because we've got plenty of power stored, but still. That is a lot of stuff going at once. Oh! That could be a major problem. That might well be a very major problem. Because if that's lost all of the things that went into crafting that now, which is a very good chance that's happened. Oh, what the hell? There wasn't even a crash report. It just said, nope, fuck this. I'm done. It's not even a crash report. I'm very nervous. What am I doing here? Oh no, it's still going. Okay. We might be fine. We might be fine. I am now incredibly nervous, though. Oh, I never did the shut-off for the hydrogen, did I? Jesus fucking Christ, that was loud. Sorry for anybody wearing earphones there. I don't know if that was as loud for you as it was for me. Oh, wait, why have you stopped? That because I just put that on there? Alright, so... if we put 1.5 million buckets in there, and then we invert that, and then we invert that, and we do the same over here. You've turned off. Why? Oh, right, yeah. There we go. Now you're doing your thing. All right. Please, no more randomly closing down the world. That's all I ask. It's not a lot to ask. All right, what are the things that are taking the time here? The stem cells, for a start. We need a lot of stem cells. We should end up with a lot of extra stem cells, though. Was that you, Guitar Lilland? I was using that power. Yeah, we should end up with a lot of additional stem cells. Since the output of this is like a guaranteed stack. And then a percentage chance at up to 64 more. So I've only got it set to, the output of the recipe is only set to the stack. So we should get a lot, we should get some left over from that. We're going to need to wait for our sterilized growth medium to back up again. You tripped over it. Sounds like the kind of thing I'd do. Oh wait, why have I got flawless diamonds in there? Wait a minute. Why do I have flawless diamonds in there? That's actually a very good question. Why are there flawless diamonds in there? I have a partition. Oh god, my network ran out of power. Oh shit. Okay. We have not got enough power. They're all full still. Wait, no, it was only the other network that ran out of power. Why? What? Hold on. I've lost my hole again. It's over here, I think. That was concerning. The fact that this one ran out of power is concerning. Because this is not the main ME network. This is the sub one. This is this one. So that's not even got a lot going on with it, so I don't know how that ran out of power. Also, why are there random gaps everywhere? Yeah, the fact that the flawless diamonds weren't going into there is somewhat concerning. But we have plenty of power in the ME system, plenty of power stored. Using 6.7, like 7 million FE per tick. Ouch. Yeah, that stored power is getting really low. Well, I say really low. It's getting down to 99 million FE per FE, but... Yeesh. I hope nothing broke. I have a feeling things will have broken, though. Oh, we're back to only down to only using 26 million now, though, which is good. Hear about the Japanese company that's using stem cells to cause your body to produce a backup set of teeth? No. That's a weird usage for it, but okay. This is going to take about 6 years to craft. Assuming we don't end up... Oh no, we've actually got most of the stem cells already. We've got most of the stuff just in general here now, it seems. The Einsteinium, I'm assuming, is... Micromine emissions. I am a little concerned about the micromine emissions. Because those have gone missing in the past. And my best guess is that it was power-related issues. Well, we've got 2 UHV peer-to-peers going into the energy acceptor. So I'd hope that would be enough. Like, we're still a ways off creative power, though, which is what would really help us here. Obviously. Even just having a creative energy cell would be nice. But yeah, this is the stage where you... Oh my god, 14,000 skulk veins still to be crafted. I'm assuming those are going to go through here. Yeah. How long does that recipe take? Oh, that shouldn't take too long. Oh, we're running it at UHV. So yeah, it should be roughly 1 tick per 16 of them. Shogun Biopharma is a Kyoto University venture company founded for the purpose of research, development, and marketing of tooth regeneration medicine. I mean, it's something I could probably do with, honestly. My teeth are fucked. I very much live up to the British stereotype there. My teeth are a mess. Alright, this is... I'm a little concerned about the micromine emissions, I gotta be honest. Why are you not doing the Einsteinium? I think we've lost at least one microminer. I'm pretty sure we've lost at least one microminer. Again. And I am cheating the fuckers back in again because... Fuck that. Oh no, wait. What? Why are you not running? Why are you not running? You've got all of the items in there for these things, but you're not running the recipes. Why? Like, everything's in there, but these are not running. Like that... Well, that's going to slow things down a little bit. It seems that because this is, basically, this is a... The way this works, this is a pattern buffer. Basically, this holds all the recipes. All the items for the recipes get fed into here. And then this is linked to the pattern buffer proxies over in these two. So all three of them should be able to run the recipes based on the items in that input inventory. But this is not running. It's got everything in there, but it's not running. And I don't understand why. What's the actual annoying as hell fuck? Let me try rebinding them. That hopefully shouldn't cause any issues. Let's just clear that. Right. Bounded pattern buffer. Nope. I don't know why it suddenly stopped working. This is the fun part of Endgame, but it's also the downside to Endgame as well. When stuff just decides, you know what? I'm just gonna stop working. Quite possibly, Guitar. Quite possibly. Yeah, I don't know why the pattern buffer proxies have now stopped working. Set it up right the first time. I did set it up right the first time. It was working until the fucking thing decided to crash on me. The whole thing has been set up properly the entire time. The only reason, as far as I can tell, that things have stopped working is bugs. I don't normally like blaming things on bugs. I'm normally the first person to blame myself for stuff. But this was working fine earlier. And now it's not. So this is not a me issue. This is something else. To be fair, I've had like a lot of issues with the pattern buffers. Like, just in general. My only guess is that for some reason now it's not reading what's in here properly after the restart. Like, it probably was reading what was in there to begin with, and then when the whole world shut down, it then stopped reading it properly. So I think I'm just going to have to wait until it's finished. Which might take a little while. It looks like everything is still in there, though, so... So you issue stayed blamingly at the pack. I don't even know if it's a pack issue or just... I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, it still seems to be working. Like, that microminer's still going. It's still running through all the missions. It's just not running through any of these ones. It's not running through any more in the proxied ones. So, who knows? By the time this is all said and done, though, I had best have 3 of each of the tier 6, 7, and 8 stabilized microminers, because if not, I am cheating the bloody ones I've lost back in, because that shouldn't happen. But the annoying thing is, though, like, these microminer missions take so long, which is why we had three things running all the same missions. Doing fine for power now, though. It's now just a lot of running backwards and forwards and seeing what's breaking. GT recipe format pisses you off so much. I don't know how it should be done and it still shows an error. I mean, my guess at that point is that it's not actually been done the way it's supposed to be done, but I would also guess that the documentation is probably off with it. Didn't you say they hadn't updated the documentation for the new GregTech stuff? It's so frustrating. All right, what else are we actually waiting on for this? Oh my god, all of the empowered... Oh my god, those are going to take about 6 years. We are going to be here all day, chat. We are going to be here all day because this is going to slow us down. Ironically, the thing that's slowing us down is going to be the thing that is the thing that we're crafting to speed it up. Hey, Nick, how you doing? I updated the other week, hence why you got your ass in gear with pack dev, but now it's still throwing up similar errors, like Minecraft isn't a valid tag. I mean, Minecraft is a lie. It's not just the cave. Minecraft is a lie. Can I just say, I really hate microminers. They are such a pain in my ass. What are we crafting to speed it up? Crystallizer. For getting all the empowered stuff. But unfortunately, we need a bunch of empowered stuff to make the crystallizer, so... we've got to go through the slow process of that first. Like 537 empowered Palace, 239 empowered Anori, 179 empowered Emeradic. And it didn't help that we had a crash in the middle of... Well, it wasn't even a crash. The game just decided, nope, we're done. And it kicked me back out to the menu, to the main menu. And now my pattern buffer proxies aren't working. So my microminers are going exceptionally slowly because they're only going through one microminer rather than 3. So, hey, at least it's onto the Einsteinium now, though. I have to say, though, this thing is probably the most expensive multi-block that has the least uses. But given how long making the empowered stuff usually takes, it's probably worthwhile. So, we're in the process. We've just got one last thing to craft for the tier 11 microminer, which is the Infinity Power Unit, and then we're good. Well, I say good. We'll be better off certainly for neutronium, crystal matrix, tritanium, and we'll actually have holmium finally, which is the main thing we want right now. Jesus Christ. I'm kind of regretting not setting up the parallelized ones of the single block variants of this. I'm also regretting not doing what I would normally do and just batch crafting stuff. All the components for it. See, this is why I don't like doing like large, like setting everything up to be auto crafted, because then you just sit, like a lot of the time you just end up being sat here waiting, because all the stuff that you're auto crafting is taking up all the machines that you could be using to do other things. Whereas if you craft bits in batches and in kind of smaller amounts, you can kind of do other bits and pieces in between, or figure out what's slowing things down, and you don't have to wait till the end of the entire craft to speed things up. So that's why I normally do that. How am I doing for... I've still got 13,000 deep dark data. How am I doing for Cryolobus now? Only 500 again. At least this thing was putting in the work, though. We were running dangerously... Well, we weren't running low on hydrogen, but we were in danger of running low on hydrogen. So, at least that's figured out now and sorted out. Yeah, the activated netherite is such a pain in it. Like, we've got ours running at, I think, UEV at this point. And it's still pretty slow. Yeah, we've got it running at UEV. So, yeah, now we're just waiting. It seems. The stellar creation data. Why is the HSLA steel dust stopped? I'm assuming that is being made in the mixer. And not anywhere else. Why have you broken? That is a good question. Why have you broken? What are you missing? I want to say 2 titanium dusts? Yeah. There's so many weird recipes that have just been kind of stalling. Like, all this is stalling now. I'm assuming I can't do anything more with this slot now until we get the stellar creation data, because everything's stopped at this point. Oh, and we did need to make one more universe-doped monocrystalline silicon ball. Do I just want to cancel this? Because I have a feeling something stalled here. And something has just stopped this running. And I can't imagine it's just the stellar creation data that's stopping everything else. Oh, and we've got the dollar site coming through. Let's actually stop that. Wait, why is that coming through? Oh, because we... no, it should be the last slot that goes through. We've got 25,000 europium dust now. We should be fine for that. How much uranium dust have we got now? 33,000. Right, if you would like to hurry up, that would be amazing. Oh, wait a minute. Is there going to be more in there? We're slowly running through everything. We're getting there, though. I still think we're on track for potentially finishing by the end of next week. That's still my goal, but if we don't make it, we don't make it. But that was my goal. I've got 3 tier 3 microverse projectors. The problem is, these are proxied to that one. But for some reason, they're not running the recipes. They were working fine before, and then after it crashed, they stopped working. And I don't know why, and the craft had already started, so we can't restart it and get it to work. I've tried replacing everything in the multi-block, pretty much, that would affect it. Tried rebinding them. It's just not working. We've also got the tier 4 microverse projector as well, which I'm also going to proxy to that, I think, as well, but... at least for a while. But the problem is... we can't do it now that the craft started. No, the miners are all there. All of the items, basically the way the pattern buffers and the way the pattern buffers work is you put the patterns in there and then it will feed all of the items from those patterns into here. And then when you use the pattern buffer proxies, you link them to this pattern buffer, and all of the items that are available inside the pattern buffer are available to the proxies. So basically, any recipes that are in here can be ran by any of the other kind of proxied pattern buffers. Only that's not happening at the moment. All of the items are in here. All of the microminers are inside here. You can see in the list of items that are inside there. But they're just not, for some reason, linked to the proxies anymore, despite relinking them. So I'm not sure what happened there. I'm gonna wait until this. I'm gonna have to wait until this is done, and then try and reset it all up. It's all I can think of to do. But I don't want to cancel the crafts in the middle of it because it'll cause problems. Or potentially cause problems. Although it shouldn't do. Fuck it, we'll cancel it. And then just hope that we can relink all these. Because we should be able to return all of the contents. You should be able to return all of the contents to AE2. There we go. Right. So I'm going to take all the recipes out. I'm going to break it. Replace it. Well, I'll break it once we know that we're not running any missions. When that's finished. I'm not upgrading these to UEV, by the way, because given the amount of power that we ended up using with everything else being on UEV, it might cause issues. So I'm going to break that. I'm going to replace it. I'm going to clear that. Put everything back in. Link that. I'm going to break these proxies and replace them as well. Oh, speaking of miners. Okay, now I'm really confused. We should have had 3 stabilized versions of the Tier 6, Tier 7, and Tier 8. We should have had 3 of each. Right? I've got 3 Tier 6. I've only got 2 Tier 8, but somehow I've got 5 Tier 7s. What the fuck? How have I gained 2 Tier 7 stabilized microminers? I mean, that's not normal, right? I am cheating in that Tier 8 one, by the way, because that should not have gone missing. I don't know what the fuck happened there. The only thing I can think... The Dolosite one... No, that doesn't even use the Tier 7. I was thinking if the Dolosite one was using the Tier 7, maybe cancelling the recipe and then returning the items to the ME system caused the issue, but I don't know how. It's so weird. Right, those are linked now. Right, let's try starting that crystallizer recipe again. Most stuff should be available already. Yeah, see, now here we go. Now they're working. Now they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Sort of. I'm assuming only one recipe was in there to begin with. Yeah, okay, so there's only one recipe went in there. But yeah, that's the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to link the items in there to the other buffers. Or the proxies, rather. Okay, stuff's working now. Stuff is actually doing things. Although I am definitely going to cheat in one of those tier 8 miners because that should not have gone... Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, maybe not. No, never mind. No, I don't need to. No, it was off on another... It was doing another mission for the... I think, at least... Yeah, it was doing another mission for the Neutronium. Which hopefully, once we get this next microminer, we shouldn't need to worry about. And I've also just realized that I forgot to proxy the tier 4 microminer. Not that that makes a difference, but... I did forget to do that. Anyway, things are moving again. That's good. I'm hesitant to start crafting too many other things, just because the world is probably going to start complaining at me if I do. How much power are we using now? I'm guessing around 30-ish million. Oh no, not even close. Only it's going up. 20-ish million. It's not too bad. Are we still doing okay fuel-wise? We haven't... Yeah, we've still got 12. There should always be 12 in there. As well as the 4 that are currently being processed. Alright, we're getting there. How far are you with your playthrough anyway, Nako, if you're still here? I need these to go. These are... Oh, wait. Are those actually running? We need those to start. No, they're still not doing anything. Why are you still not doing anything? Why are you not doing all the empowered stuff? What are you waiting for? Like, everything should be available, but what are you waiting for? Are too many squirrels in your world for you to make progress? You squirrel away with them? Squirreling's fun, though. Helps keep things interesting. Is this doing anything at the moment? This is not doing anything at the moment. I'm terrified of starting any other crafts now because stuff is... Do I need more co-processors for this? Is this it? We've got 80 co-processors on there. Do I need more on there? Like, it's not running 80 things at once at the moment, as far as I can tell. So, like, I don't know why it's not running some of the other things. Like, if all of the ingredients are available, which I think they should be. I mean, that's running through something. I'm not sure what, though. Oh, that'll be the circuits, won't it? I think this is my biggest problem at the end of mod packs is that I seem to run into so many little kind of bugs and random crashes because there's too much going on. And it just kind of slows progress down significantly. But we've got everything that's needed for these things. Like we've got the all the stuff for the emeradic crystals and the empowered emeradic crystals. We should have at least, anyway. Now, there's so many things here that could be being crafted. But it's stalled again somewhere. Why has it stalled? Is it the micromine emissions again? Is that the proxy stopped working again already? No, there's nothing stuck in there. I like weird things like this where like you just have no idea why it's doing what it's doing. Like, I don't know why this has stopped. I don't know what has stopped with all this. Oh, we've got a tier 6 microminer missing, but I think that's part of this. I am so very, very confused as to what is happening. Okay. Oh, that's a... Wait, why did I not do that as a trapdoor? Okay. Why are you being a pain? Nothing appears to be running either, like in the background, as far as I can tell. So like none of these are running. Everything's just stopped. Ah, jeez. The only thing I can think is that we have stalled somewhere with these. The last thing I can think of. Nope. Nothing trapped in any of these. Okay, I'm stumped. I've got no idea why this has stopped. I'm worried at this point that I'm starting to lose materials from having to cancel this over and over again. Okay, right. I'm going to have to do this a slightly different way then. I'm going to have to cancel that. Still got... Oh, wait. Hold on. There should... Oh, we have lost a microminer mission. We have lost a microminer because that mission's not running anywhere. We did lose a neutronium... We did lose a tier 8 microminer mission because it's not in any of these. And this has never returned. Oh, wait, no, there it was. It came back again, and now it's gone out. I don't know what happened there. That was very weird. Okay, so for the crystallizer, I think I am just going to go through. I'm going to craft everything manually and in batches. Okay, that should be fine to craft all of them just straight away. So that needs, what, 24 of them? So I'm going to make sure we keep everything for this aside. Right. Large crystallization one, those are already done. UV emitters. We got 30 of them. Wait, how many do we need? Oh, we only needed 24. Why have I got 30 of them? Okay, well, there we go. We've got 24 of those. UV field generators. We've got 5 of them. We need 24, so we need another 19. So if we do them in batches of 4, these... Quite a bit that needs to go into those, so we'll do them in batches of 4. UHV circuits. We've got 36 of those already. That's actually not terrible. But I think this, like any large crafts like this, I think I'm just going to have to do them like this just to make sure that we don't run into these issues. We need, what, 64 titanium coils? We do need the 8 UEV circuits as well. I'll wait till we've done the field generators, I think. Oh, the Hadal energy cores as well. I haven't got any of the Hadal energy cores yet. We will have this today. I'm going to keep streaming until I actually get this, by the way. Also, I need to take a break as well. I'll start, so once we've got these next field generators in, I'll start the next lot of things crafting, and then we'll go on a short break, and then hopefully by the time we get back, we'll have some of this stuff ready. I'm kind of curious what we needed all of the... Well, that's what we needed the empowered void crystals for. Oh, this is where we needed all the empowered stuff. Or a lot of the empowered stuff, at least. Okay, no, just the empowered void crystals. Those are still... I can still craft those, right? There's nothing caused any issues with that, right? I'm going the wrong way. No, it's still going. Yeah, there are so many things that, like, were I to go through this again, I would very much do differently. And hopefully in an improved way. Yeah, so those are actually coming in relatively quickly. I'll just keep doing those in blocks of 16. Have we got the UV field generators yet? No, we're still waiting on those. So what's taking the time with those? The wetware circuits, mostly. Yeah, these are at least relatively quick to craft at the moment. In small quantities. When we start needing, like, hundreds of them, they take a little bit longer. Right, we're almost there with the field generators. We got the field generators. Okay, right. So how many of those did we need in total? 24, I said? 24, I said, right? Yeah, okay. So 24 of those. We'll start the other 11 crafting now. And then I'm going to go and take a short break. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom. Whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'll see you in a minute. Hopefully, by the time we get back, we'll have the rest of the field generators. Then we can start working on the rest of the things. And then hopefully we can speed up our kind of production of this. Which, again, I'm going to go through and do things individually for it, I think. Just to make sure we don't run into any issues. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. All right. How are we getting on? We're still waiting. Things have stalled again. And again, once again, I don't know where or how or why. I don't know why it stopped. Am I right? I don't know if anybody else has been watching Matrix's streams. Has Mutt been having any issues like this? I kind of feel like he has. I feel like I remember him saying something about him having similar issues. If I make a bunch more of those... Oh, it's the Enderium dust. Ah, okay. Why is the Enderium dust being the Enderium dust? Oh. Because this is apparently going to need to be in blocking mode as well, then. Okay, so... I don't know what's going on here. So it looks like that's going to need to be in blocking mode as well. Kind of blocking mode is such a pain with things that can parallelize. Like this, because it just kind of takes away the ability to parallelize. To run things in parallel. Which just significantly slows things down. But when you've got recipe conflicts, which I'm guessing that is the only thing I can think of that would have caused this... And the same with all of the other ones that have stalled. Like, my guess is other things are getting crafted in their place. And I don't know what. How many more of these do we need? 11? I'm going to do them in smaller batches again. But yeah, it seems that that's what's going on. Like, recipes are going into somewhere, and then there's a conflict with something else. Like with this, it seemed to be the Enderium that stopped. So what could that be a conflict with? So Enderium takes lead, platinum, blue steel, osmium, tantalum, resonant clathrate. There's a whole bunch of things that go into here. Not resonant clathrate, primal mana. And that's in... See, that went through really quickly. Then we need another 6. But I don't know what it is. This is with no circuit. Platinum dust. That's Enderium. Just Enderium that. So it doesn't look like it'll be the platinum dust. Blue steel. Is only mixable with the Enderium dust. Osmium dust. Osmium and iridium. Oh, and I guess if you have recipes... Oh, that's circuit 1 anyway. If you have recipes that have similar inputs, they could potentially make the wrong thing. But that shouldn't have happened there. That's... Unless things aren't on distinct buses, or is it the fact that dual input hatches sometimes... that wasn't on there as a distinct bus. I wonder if that caused the issue. that particular time. I don't know. I still don't know where I managed to gain 2 tier 7 microminers from. I'm not going to complain. That's one bug I will not complain about. Anyway. Yeah, we're just waiting on circuits. Then we should have all of the UV field generators. What else needs to be crafted? The universal warp controllers. Hey, Joe. How you doing? I need you to be faster. Hey, there's the field generators. Right, so that's all of the field generators done. So many expensive and long crafts to do at the moment. We need, what, 24 of these as well? Yeah, 24 of these, so... Another 4. One slip back from pressing escape on 7 days and clicked exit instead. I've done that so many times playing Minecraft. I'll press escape to go and do something else, like, and tab away from it, and then I'll click back on the screen, but I'll accidentally click on the save and quit to title, and just exit instead. This is such a long-winded craft. At least these aren't taking too long. Right, 4 more warp controllers. And hopefully, when we just dump all this back into there, it should be fine. Right, I'm going to make another 8 of those as well. We're just going to do these in... We're just going to keep doing these in batches. But this is the kind of point in a pack where you really start to realize having this on a server would have been so much better. And made this so much easier. Sick to your stomach, but otherwise okay. That doesn't sound good. Is it something you ate, or just kind of just generally feeling ill? Oh, I did end up kind of downloading the 1.4, like re-downloading 1.4 version of 7 Days to Die yesterday after watching the Son of Quiet stream. I'm wanting to play Darkness Falls again. I will say, it makes it... on Kane's Discord, he does make it very difficult to find the download links. I really struggled to actually find where the download link was on the website, on the Discord. That was probably a skill issue, though, in fairness. Just not knowing where the hell to look. Are you still doing stuff? You're still doing stuff. All right. On version 5? Well, on the thing that I did find, it said that it only worked on version 1.4. It only worked on 7 Days version 1.4, that is. I'm not sure which version I'm on. I probably need to re-download it, honestly. I did it through the one that I did download. I downloaded through the launcher, to see if it was going to work. But when I initially tried to launch it, I completely forgot to change the version of 7 days. So I tried to launch it on the latest version of 7 days, and obviously that didn't work very well. So I never got around to it because I was playing Star Technology at the same time. So I was kind of doing lots of things at once. And also playing Phasmo. I do a lot of multitasking. I'm starting to realize. But no, I have to say, I'm not as concerned about it as some people, but... Becky, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. How are you feeling, Becky? Lately I've had Minecraft, like, Star Technology up in the background while playing Phasmo. So I'm really trying my best to get to Prestige 20 before the Halloween event ends on Phasmo. And I'm on Prestige 19 at the moment and about level 30 out of 100. So still got a bit to go. Very much the same, to be honest. Went out yesterday, hecking her to walk. That's not a laughing thing, Becky. That's a shit that shouldn't be happening. Hopefully it stops soon thing. How am I, chat? I'm not too bad at the moment. I've been suffering a lot with headaches and nausea over the last few days, though, which have made it very, very difficult to sleep. So I've not been sleeping well. And basically the last 2 days I've felt like somebody's been trying to forcibly remove my eye from its socket. No, not pregnant, V. I mean, I actually kind of wish I was, because let's be honest, I could make a shitload of money from that. But no, I am not pregnant, V. I mean, the first male pregnancy outside of the film Junior. I mean, the not sleeping well is nothing new for me, as you know, Becky. But and to be fair, nor is the headaches I'm getting. I think they're cluster headaches. From everything I've read about them, that's what the description of them. That's what it feels like. So it's basically, it's headaches that aren't just headaches. They're headaches that come with intense pain behind one of my eyes. I think it's always the right eye. I can't remember if I've ever had it behind the left, but it's pretty much always the right eye, I think. And then just nausea as well. So yesterday when I was trying to sleep, every time I lay down, every time I kind of lay down to try and sleep, like a massive wave of nausea would come over me and get worse. Well, they tend to happen to me in kind of waves. They'll happen for like a few hours at a time for over a kind of a period of like a week or so, and then they'll just be gone for a long period of time, and then eventually they'll come back again for another week or so, and then they'll go away again, and they're not fun. Because no amount of painkillers or anything like that gets rid of it. It's just, you just have to deal with it. That's pretty much it. Make a joke about the whole guest hotels. You might need to elaborate, V. I'm a little confused. I mean, that's nothing new. We know this, but still, I'm a little confused. Alright, we've almost got the 64 UHV circuits. We've just got a shitload of Hadal energy cores to make. But have you been able to play much of the Phasmo Halloween event, Becky? Oh, and also, did you check out the other side yet? 'Cause I saw that it went on sale on Steam. And I really can't afford to buy it, but I am very, very tempted to. Or should I say, I really shouldn't buy it. but I am very tempted to. Send a message on Discord? Alright, let me have a look. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, our policies on that over here seem very different to the ones over there at the moment. I'm not going to say what I'm talking about, because we're not going to get political here, but we seem to have very different approaches. I haven't bought anything recently. Have played Phasmo recently, but we weren't bothered about the event. That's fair. I mean, the only reason I've been bothered about the event is because with Blood Moon, with the guaranteed Blood Moons on certain maps, it's like 10% extra money and XP. So I've been using that. I've leveled up from the start of the event. I started around about level 70 on Prestige 17, I think. I'm now around about level 30 or so on Prestige 19. So I've leveled up quite a lot during the event. And I was up to around about... I think I was around about the top 50, certainly the top 1,500 in the event. Which is not bad out of over, I think there's over 1 million players. At least when I was watching, one of the people's streams I was watching that was new to Phasmo towards the start of the event, they were like over 1 millionth or something like that, so... That's not too bad. All right. What else have we still got to craft? We've still got a bunch of stuff to craft just to make the actual multi-block as well. We've still got to do the laser safe engraving casings. Just need like 81 of those. Has some new player, which was good. She said swim when she was off and has time. We all need to fast. Yes, I agree. That's why you were vague. Yeah, I appreciate that, V. Thank you. But yeah, I'm very tempted to buy the other side. All right. I'm already hungry, Becky, and I basically haven't got any food at the moment, so I might not look. I've pretty much been living off toast for the last 2 weeks. And as nice as toast is, it does get kind of boring. No, feel free to post it. Feel free to post it. I just won't look. That's all. Right, how many UEV circuits do we need? 8? Wait, what? How did... Were they pretty much already ready to go? I guess they were. All right, well, that's made that a little quicker. Beautiful. All right. What else do we need to craft? We just got the Hadal energy cores to do now for the actual controller, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items. And there are... Yeah, we just got the rest of these. We should have got another 20 of those to make, so we're just doing them in 4s at the moment. All right, that's good. We're almost there. We do need 10 blocks of actinium, though, which is still coming in, it seems, which is nice. 10 of those. All right, now stuff's... Oh, yeah. This is where things start to slow down because we need to get the heart of the universe for these. I will do. I'll have a chat with Em when I get a chance, and I think I've not heard from Em much for the last few weeks. I'm guessing she's been busy because she's off work soon, so I'm assuming she's been busy on the run up to that. But hey, Reese, how you doing? We're slowly crafting things and hoping stuff doesn't crash. It's not going well so far. Wait, shouldn't there be 2 more of those on the way? Oh, shit, we would have used them for this, wouldn't we? Fuck, okay. Well, that's thrown off my sets of 4, hasn't it? You have opened the rum? I haven't had alcohol in so long, I would actually love some at the minute. It wouldn't be a good idea, though, with the headaches and the eye pain and stuff, though. I feel like it'll probably be a bad idea. Alright. We do still need 2 Omnic Matrix casings. Can we get those started? Oh, no, we've already got them. Never mind. We're fine. We've already got those. 26 neutronium frames, though. We should be fine for neutronium soon, though. We should have no problems with neutronium soon, because once we get this, each one of these missions should get us roughly 3,500 neutronium dust. Which is going to be so nice. Yes, fancy red and ridiculously expensive multi-block. Considering there is only 7 pages, or there's only 7 recipes that can go through this multi-block. That's it. That's all we have that goes through this multi-block. Yeah, it's the empowered stuff. Basically, I realized when we were crafting some of the stuff yesterday that like this is what we're using to empower at the moment, and it's kind of slow. So this should hopefully make that a little easier. I don't know whether it's going to be worthwhile doing, really, but right, I'm going to do 2 this time, just so we can get back to being on track for being like 4 of each. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to be worthwhile in the long run, but I hope so. But when we did first start crafting this, we started to craft the entire thing in one go, and the computer, well, the game said no and just crashed me out to the menu without even a crash log or anything. So we're now making stuff in bits and pieces. Just so we don't end up crashing again. Or at least hopefully don't end up crashing in. Do we have enough beryllium for this? I don't know that we're going to have enough beryllium for this. I am going to request a little bit more. On the plus side, though, it will save time. It does save time and quite a lot of materials, though. So, like, for example, like, just making 7 blocks of empowered emeradic crystal is only 3 millibuckets of liquid enriched naquita and 63 emerald dust to make 7 of them. Now, the usual recipe is this. So we need, like, stabilized uranium, we need vibrant alloy, we need argon, we'll need ultimate components. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff, and the same with the rest of the empowered stuff. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that you need that we now will not need to craft. So it's certainly gonna be worth it for that reason alone, I think. I'm just hoping we have enough. I'm just hoping we have enough beryllium for this. We should do. We're requesting more now, so. I'm also just hoping things don't crash again. Because that certainly slows things down. There we go. Now, at least we got these running in parallel now, which is good. This one should be hopefully doing beryllium. Yep. Beautiful. One might hope. I do indeed hope. Right, how much fusion glass did I need? I think it was like 99 or something. Oh, we need the Enderium microminer core as well. Oh, and during all of the random crashes and stuff, though, I did somehow manage to gain a an additional 2 tier 7 stabilized microminers. I've only made 3 of those, and then somehow now we've got 5. I mean, it's useful because each one of them takes a heart of the universe, which is kind of expensive to craft. So they're definitely good. But I technically shouldn't have them. But they shouldn't come in like handy at all anyway, in fairness. So we'll see. We'll see. We're just going to have to do 2 more of these things of 4. And then I think we have everything. Oh, no, we're still waiting on the UEV. Oh, no, we're still waiting on the universe-doped monocrystalline silicon ball. We're going to need to make another one. I think I'm going to do another couple of those, possibly off-stream, because those take a while as well. Or I might just wait until we have a better way of making Hearts of a Universe. Because right now, this is the only recipe we can do. This is the recipe we want. Although, actually, we could technically do this, but this is another one that's also incredibly expensive to do. And will be a lot easier if we had more neutronium. So that's one that we want to look at doing, because we only gain 8 from that, since each one of these takes a heart of a universe, but still enough. Yeah, you effectively double the hearts, yeah. And it's the mission itself is a little faster as well. Well, same speed, but we obviously get 8 times as much from it. It's just a lot more expensive to craft. So, yes, that's pretty good. We need to start working on infinity ingots as well, but like, there's so many things. We need so many hearts of a universe for infinity ingots. It's kind of nuts. So we need, for the dormant infinity compound, we need a bunch of eternal catalysts, activated netherite, neutronium. Then you need an infinity catalyst, which takes a heart of a universe to make. So each infinity ingot, you need a heart of a universe. But once you get a few of the infinity catalysts, you can get to, like this, the Furious infinity catalyst, which takes Holmium and a few other bits and pieces. This is one of the reasons I want Holmium. And then you can use that Furious infinity catalyst. That then goes into the RHF with 4 dormant infinity compound, which gives you an infinity ingot, and a dormant Furious infinity catalyst, which then you only need 1 heart of the universe to recraft into the Furious one. So basically you're getting 4 times as much out of a heart of the universe, and then when you can make the Serene infinity catalyst, you can get 16 out of 1. There's a lot of stuff we've got to do, basically, is the general gist of this. Are we there? How far are we? Okay, we're working on the universe-doped wafers now, at least. We're almost there. This was supposed to be a relatively quick start to this, getting the infinity power unit. We're still not even there yet. We've still got to craft 16 UEV motors. We've at least got the ultimate batteries now. But we've still got to do the UEV motors. But because a lot of the stuff that we need for this seems to require empowered stuff. Or I think it does, anyway. Oh, shit, we're missing... Oh, fuck, we're out of vines. Okay, hold on. We are out of vines. I haven't got a thing down here anymore. We are out of vines. I might have to speed this up, actually. Thankfully, we do have plenty of LUV energy hatches. I'm going to speed that up a little bit. 24 vines per second. I should hopefully build those up a little bit. All right, what are we still waiting on? We're still waiting on those. Those are crafting the last UEV circuits now. We should have our last 4 Hadal energy cores. We're getting there. Oh, the UXPIC chips, we're just waiting on those. We still need to make another cutter, I think, to speed things up with that. But I am starting to worry again about power usage at, like, peak times. And the biggest thing I'm worried about, actually, I think, with power usage is the... Because we're using peer-to-peers, 5% of the energy we use gets added on top of that and drained from the ME system. So we need to make sure we are inputting enough to keep up with that. How do you mean haven't been updated? Oh, there hasn't actually been a pack version update yet. The 0.13 version, which will get rid of the peer-to-peers, hasn't been released yet. It doesn't get rid of it. It just increase it. It does just increase the amount of power it uses. Right, do we now have everything we need to craft this? We should do, right? Except for, obviously, the fluids, but that's fine. Oh, do we have enough space in there to get 64 buckets? That's the next question. I think we did set up quad hatches with enough space. Yeah, 128 buckets. There's no more than 4 fluids either, right? No. Okay, so we should, in theory, have everything we need for this. What are you still having to craft? You're still having to craft so many things. What are you still having to craft? What is it still having to craft? It's activated netherite for something, but what? Oh, wait a minute. Did I put the wrong... Ah, okay, yeah, I know what the problem is. I know what I did. I didn't use the universal circuit for the UEV ones. So it's thinking it has to, because we already have the universal circuits in there, it's thinking it has to craft those. Right, let's try that again. These are set up to take those, yeah. Okay, right, let's try that again. You've still got a bunch of stuff to craft, but nowhere near as much. I think that's just for the liquids. Yeah, we're just waiting on the empowered diamantine. There we go. Universal crystallizer. Fantastic. Right, what do we still need to craft? We've still got more fusion glass to go. We needed 99 of this in total, so let's just do another 20. And then another 19 after that, and then that should be most of that stuff. We're going to need a parallel hatch as well. We're also going to need... I'm going to do this UHV, I think, as well. Not a 4 amp, though. Don't want a 4 amp. Just a regular UHV will do. And then what else do we need? Would you fuck off with the cheap viewers? Stupid thing. The whole kind of cheap viewers thing stopped for so long, and then it's just back with a vengeance recently. Right, we're gonna go and find somewhere to build this thing. I think we said we were gonna do it over, probably over here, since all nothing over here is needed. So I'm gonna get rid of this. That hasn't been needed for a very long time. Make sure we don't lose that. Not that it matters, but... Oh, wait, I've got 2 microminers there randomly. Okay, well, those weren't just to clarify, these are not the microminers we were missing before. These are ones from a long time ago. Okay, right. Let's get rid of these. Oh, the keybinds changed, didn't they? All right. Okay, so we're going to put this down here somewhere. It's 7 by 7. So it's going to take up a lot of space, but... Right, let's make sure we've actually got the underside of this hollowed out as well. Now that we know where it's going. Okay, we are obviously going to be missing some stuff, I think, for this. Probably. We do still need... Wait, please tell me it doesn't require a sterilized maintenance hatch. Sterilized cleaning hatch. No. Okay, I was going to say, please tell me it doesn't need that. I would actually cry. No, it doesn't. Because I don't think we can make sterilized cleaning hatches yet, and if I'd just gone through all this for absolutely no reason, that would be painful. Alright, UHV energy hatch, we need parallel hatch. Right, where's the controller go for this? Where the hell does the controller go? Oh, there it is. Bottom middle, okay. Kind of where you'd expect it to be, I guess. No, I'm not going to manually. I'm going to manually build it again, I think. We've sat in a waiting for crafts for too long. I want to actually do something. All right, so we're going to want parallel hatch there. Where's the maintenance hatch? There it is. Maintenance hatch can go there. Energy hatch can go here. Where do I want to do the inputs and outputs? Do I want to do these with a dual hatch? Yeah, we'll do them with a dual hatch. Although we should only need to do an LUV dual hatch. That should be fine. I'm not going to do a pattern buffer for these because I'm having so many issues with bloody pattern buffers at the minute. We'll only ever need to have item outputs, right? Yeah. So we'll put you over that side. Uh-huh. What goes in the middle of this? Because I'm sure that is not empty, right? That can't be empty, right? Surely. No, it's got fusion glass. Strange. Okay, so he shows up there. Wait, is it open? I wish I could remember some of the bloody follow-up lines to that. Oh, that's the neutronium frames. Okay. It was airplane, right? If I remember rightly. So I know wasn't there another similar one, like planes, trains, and automobiles? Which was, I think, a somewhat similar kind of movie. Or am I completely misremembering? Which is very possible. Okay, that looks about right. Okay, like that. Oh, dang it. Oh, bouncing. Like that. Okay, I'm assuming this is just kind of mirrored vertically now, then. So that goes up like that. I'm assuming those go like that. That doesn't go there. So would that be the 3x3, right? And then is the roof just filled in? We've got to do the... Wait, no, all the hatches are... All the hatches we need should already be there. I think. Hey, bug. Stop throwing your shuttlecock around. It's making a mess. How you been, bug? Well, A, you've not formed, so I've missed something somewhere. And B, what the hell have I missed? Huh. Chat, what have I missed? Ooh, yeah, there might be something different on the bottom there. Nope. Right, so what am I missing? I've got the maintenance hatch. We've got a parallel hatch. We've got energy hatch. We haven't got all the input buses and output buses because we don't need them. We're using dual hatches. Oh, fuck, I've completely forgot the bloody actinium blocks in the middle of it. Because you can't see them on the preview. Because like, if you look at the preview, you don't see the actinium blocks in there. That's what's missing. Yeah, doing right. Raining here, so plan to mow and lawn today isn't happening. Yeah, that's kind of stopped me mowing the lawn. I've needed to mow it again for a few weeks. Like, I did it a few weeks ago, but I'd left it so long it didn't get done very well. Like, half the grass just got flattened by the mower. So I planned to do it again the following weekend. Only it's been pretty much wet every time I've had an opportunity to do it since then. And now we're starting to get bloody mushrooms growing in the garden. Like, and I don't know what to do about them, so I need to figure that out. But yeah, it's been fun. Okay, so how exactly do these go? So middle of that layer, then 3, then 1. There's 2 there. Okay. So I think it's like that, right? Those are some very shiny blocks. Or are they shiny, or are they... Oh, they're kind of see-through. Okay, still not working. What are you complaining about? I did them on the wrong sides, didn't I? Yeah. Oops. Oops. I'm breaking everything. Depends on the mushrooms. Could make it tasty. No, I wouldn't eat them. But the problem is, like, if you kind of just like break them, they can leave. Don't they leave kind of like mushroom spores and then just essentially just end up spreading? There we go. Because the last thing I want is for them to spread. So I've kind of been putting off doing stuff because of that. Alright, so that should be... That's the wrong thing. That's an input bus. We'll get way up there and not on this level. I'd be more concerned about them being poisonous in some way, shape, or form. Wait. My texture pack's gone. I've only just noticed that. This is going to be a bad idea, but... Yeah, the 82 blackout textures aren't working. I've had so much weirdness with this today. Like, when I first loaded up the world, before the stream this morning, or this afternoon, it didn't load up. It crashed, saying there was something to do with a kind of a mouse click event. And then it did that twice, and I closed the pack down, reloaded it, and it opened fine. But all my keybinds were missing. But yeah, the A2 blackout stuff's not working. I also do have one extra piece of fusion glass that I'm not sure where it came from. I'm guessing I must have had a piece of fusion glass to start with. I've just realized I put a pan provider there, and that's not supposed to be a pan provider. I'm very curious about this, though, like why this has happened. And also, how, like, it's only the textures on the pan providers as well, it seems. Or am I going nuts? Have the pan providers all... I could have sworn they were like a darker yellow. Am I going nuts? Or have they changed? I'm now second guessing myself. I don't know if they've actually changed or not. I've got no idea. It's definitely not liking me at the end of this pack, though. I can say that much for certain. All right, you are going to go up to 256, even though you're probably never going to run at 256 recipes. Right, we need you on there. Could somebody... I don't suppose somebody could check one of the VODs, could they, if anybody has time? No, the parts of the blackout textures definitely aren't working because this was messed up before. There was like that custom name bit was like part way down underneath that. It was really weird. So yes, the texture pack seems to have messed up somehow. My quests are still fine, right? They seem to be. Right, let's go and switch over all of those recipes. Should be over here, right? Yeah. Just gonna switch over all those recipes. We don't need this anymore at all. So let's just take those out of there. And I'm just going to put it in there for now. I'm not going to get rid of it entirely. Okay, so empowered recipes. What do we need? I am gonna have to do the enriched naquada, but that's fine. We can do that. By the way, this stream is continuing today until we get this bloody microminer. We might not won't necessarily get the mission sent off today, but I at least want the microminer itself. I'm hoping that we do actually have all of these dusts and what have you available. We might need to do coal dust. Well, hopefully it won't be that long. It may not even be any, like, much longer than normal. I don't know. It might only take a few minutes to get this last bit crafted. I doubt it, but one can hope. Right, I think we already have the lapis dust. Pretty sure we already have the diamond dust as well. And probably the emerald dust. Yeah, we should be fine. We should be good. They're all different yesterday compared to today. Yeah, I honestly didn't even notice. So I don't know what's happened. Like the texture pack. Oh no, the texture pack wasn't on, was it? And I know why as well. The texture pack's there, but it's not set. This might take a minute to update the textures. Because something happened must have happened with the options file. Because when I reloaded it the second time before the stream, all of my keybinds, or the majority of the keybinds, had been reset. So I'm assuming something messed up with the options file for some reason, which stores all of the textures and everything. Yeah, there we go. That's definitely darker. And yeah, those are definitely a darker color. That was really weird. But there we go. Right, let's see if we can make... Let's see if I can spell, first of all. That'd be good. Let's just see... What are we going to have a lot of? Restonia. Let's just see if we can do, like, 64 of those. That's pretty good. That is considerably faster. Excellent. Right, now... Infinity Power Unit. What do we still need to make for this? We've got the energy cells. We've still got to make the Hadal energy cores. So how many of those did we need? Because I am going to go through and do these individually again, just because it's going to be easier. But we will have this freaking microminer today. This is the second stream trying to get this thing, and we've literally spent this entire stream trying to get this one thing. At least we got plenty of hydrogen now, though, so you know that's a win, right? I consider that a victory. We've still got to do this as well, the Skulk Biocharger. That's going to be something for tomorrow, I think. Is this another painfully expensive recipe, or is this going to be fine? 234 bioalloy. 48 Skulk. Where am I going to get the Skulk from? Oh, okay, that's doable. Okay, that actually didn't take too long. So yeah, I'm going to get all the, like, manually craft all of this stuff. Except I'm not going to take the batteries out, though, because it's going to start filling them, and it's going to do weird things to the recipe, no doubt. So let's not take those out. We've already got those. The Darm Stadium plates shouldn't take too long. How many do we need, though? 16? I got 16 of those. 16 enriched naquita, trinium, europium, duranide. Plates. I do find this to be a much safer way to craft things, though. It's slower, but at least I know I generally don't have issues with crashing when I do it like this. We should already have the cyanoacrylates, poly, whatever, what's it? Polyethyl cyanoacrylate. Or polyethyl. I don't know how you pronounce that. Right, UHV circuits. How many do we need? 16? So let's do 8. We'll do them in 8. The ruthenium, trinium, americium, neutronate wire. 4 of the 8X. Oh, hold on. Wait, was it 8X? Oh, no, it's 4X. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. It's just 8 of the 4X ones. That's where I got confused. Right, I'm going to keep an eye on the power again for a while. I think for the most part, we're going to be fine. As long as we're like, it's when we're doing like large crafts with everything going off at once, it tends to complain. I think these are some of the ones that are going to take a while, the UEV motors. Also, we've got the enriched naquitatrinium duranide as well, which is actually not doing too badly. 4,032 millibuckets in 44 seconds. How many ingots is that? 28. 28 ingots in 44 seconds. That's actually not too bad for that at all. What else is going to take the time with this? The UEV circuits. We should already have the infinity catalyst. Yeah, we've already got the infinity catalyst. There's the 8 of those. Wait, how many of these do we need? 32. We need 32 of those. All right, so we're getting there. We don't need... No, we don't need circuits for the motors, do we? So... let's just craft those. How are we doing for replacing our sterilized growth medium? Oh, that's fine. That's already replenished. I think I'm just kind of expecting things to go worse than they do. Like after that crash earlier, I'm kind of a bit paranoid. Right, let's get the Infinity Catalyst out of there so we know that we've got that available. Oh, that's the first time we've actually held the Infinity Catalyst, apparently. Wonderful. Okay. Right, what is going to take the time with these? Oh, unsurprisingly, inner netherite scrap. Or just activated netherite in general. We are making so many of these sculk cores. I think we definitely need to make that sculk biocharger. It'll make our life a little bit easier. Hopefully. And once we got this, what do we still need to make for the actual mission? This, we still need to... the universal navigators we can make... Can we make shattered universe data at the minute? Oh, we can, and we might actually be able to get the first mission sent out, you know. We'll need to make another Infinity Catalyst and Universal Navigator and the Neutronium Drillhead, but we should be able to send this out. Looks to have these terminals in, looks like a PC case. What do you mean this bit? Kind of does a little bit. I can see it. It's just silly crafts. You just realized you're waiting for your system to make 128 red alloy ingots, so it can make one more red alloy plate. Whoops. Hey, but at least you'll have excess red alloy. And you can never have enough of that stuff. Right, how are we still doing okay power-wise? Up to 33 million, but yeah, we're still doing fine. I think this is going to be rough power-wise until the very end. Like it's a little annoying that we like at this stage of a pack where you've got to spend ages to make like a slightly more power just to get you through to the end, but you have to spend about like 2 days just crafting the things you need to make more power. I've set the recipe to make one lot of alloys, and the coil can make 128 each craft, so 128 is. I mean, it's definitely worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Yeah, the like activated netherite is honestly horrible. You peaked 500 million EU per tick in this pack. Was that pre creative power? I'm guessing so. I think honestly, if I'd have had this on a server and access to just letting things run, I would have had a lot more power gen setup. But at this point, I'm at a point now where like I could make another of the large Naquita reactors like relatively easy, and we've got the infrastructure there to fuel it. But it almost feels not worth doing that when we can start making the infinity solar panels fairly soon, which are just passive power generation. But they're just a lot more expensive. Box I have in the bag there. Oh, do you mean this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that I do see. You had 4 of those? I tend to be somebody who's very, very careful with the way I use power. So I tend not to go quite as overboard with things as some people do. Like I haven't really ran into any power issues, but I'm not in a major rush to get things finished either. So I tend to be a little bit more sparing with with how I set things up. And a lot of it is also the fact that I don't like doing the same things over and over again. Like I don't like spamming the same machines over and over again because I just get bored. Most of my base is passive as well. Like the majority of it is, although I have very much stopped doing so much passive stuff towards the end of the pack. But like all that is passive. There's a lot of stuff. There's a few passive bits going off elsewhere. All this is passive. Everything down there is passive. All of this stuff is passive as well. But my issue with doing everything passively is half the time you end up just wasting resources because you make a bunch of stuff passively that doesn't necessarily get used. Oh yeah, I didn't show I do have dedicated ABFs for most of them. I think I realized the other day one of the big things that has really held me back in terms of efficiency in this has been trying to make everything fit within the aesthetic. And not knowing what I was going to need later on. It's kind of hard to do that. So you don't know exactly, like, say you're going to do, like you did, like an EBF for pretty much all the alloys. I would have loved to have done that, but it would have taken up so much space, and I don't know, without going through and looking through everything through JEI, I wouldn't know which alloys needed them, so I wouldn't know how much space to leave for it. And by wanting to try and fit everything into this aesthetic and make it so if I were to actually finish the base build, I could build nicely around everything, so leaving space for that. Like I've ended up not passiving a lot of things I normally would do, and I've ended up not doing a lot of things I normally would do for that reason. And I think that has really held me back in terms of efficiency. I mean, I have to be honest, the base does look fucking good. It's not finished, but it does look pretty nice. But I've avoided doing a lot of things just so I don't have to try and cram them into small spaces. Or expand the base out past what we've got here because it would break the aesthetic. So I've been held back a lot by that. Activating Nether Eye is doing my head in. Plus, the other thing is, if from a content creation standpoint, if everything's passived, I'll spend considerably more time doing nothing, like not having stuff to do throughout the majority of the pack, and then it would make life a lot easier now, admittedly, but later on. Plus, there's also the other downside, I guess, to passiving everything is the more machines and the more things you have running, the bigger the impact on the CPU and the performance. And that's a major concern for me because like I don't want to end up playing a slideshow on stream. It can bite in this. Although, to be honest, this I don't think would have made a difference. Like, honestly, there's a lot of things I would do differently, but a lot of things I would still do the same, I think, because, like we've just been saying, like, when you've got every machine pretty much running all at once, A, it uses a shitload of power that doesn't necessarily need to be used, and B, the impact it can have on performance can be horrible. I've seen people's end game bases in here where they're pretty much playing a slideshow. And I'd rather have the experience of things taking longer but be a lot smoother because it's a lot more enjoyable to watch something that's running smoothly than watching a PowerPoint presentation. So like from my perspective, like in playing it on stream, I definitely prefer to do it that way. Whereas off stream, I would probably do it differently. And if I was to do this entire pack off stream, things would have been done very, very differently. And like Petrol, I would have passived a lot more, and I would have worried a lot less about the actual aesthetic of it. A lot of them could do, yeah. But at the end of the day, though, like, you don't know what you like as you're progressing through a pack like this. When it's your first time playing through the pack, you don't know what you're going to need. Like, you don't know what space you're going to need. You don't know where things are going to need to go. So you don't want to end up, like, say, building like, we could arguably have put another floor on top of here, but the problem is if we put another floor on top of here, the roof section, by the way, would actually come down to around about here. There's usually like 3 to 5 blocks between the upper floor and the thing for like as a maintenance area. So there would be a couple of blocks below this at least, where the roof would be. So if we put another floor in here, for example, it would just feel so cramped. And again, that is part of the aesthetic. Like, I want this to feel like at least like largely open in terms of height. Like, I don't want it to feel crammed in and cramped. I want there to be a lot of space with everything. And so that's why everything's as kind of open and spread out as it is. And by the way, I have decided I am going to finish the actual build. I won't do it on stream. Once we finish the actual pack and get the creative chest, that will be me done stream-wise for at least a few months. But I am going to go through, probably in creative, honestly, once the pack's finished and finish the base off. And then I'll post screenshots of it, possibly do a video with a kind of like a fly-through of it kind of thing. Because I would like to finish this. All right, how are we getting on? These are gonna. I knew these were gonna take forever. It's mostly gonna be these that are gonna be the problem because all the activated netherite for the UEV motors. I am so tempted to make. No, I'm so tempted to make another Omnic Forge, but again, it's one of those things like I don't know. Once I get to this stage of the pack, I start to wonder like, is it worthwhile making all these additional things to make it faster for like a few days? Like spending a few days to make something that saves you maybe a few hours. It's like it's that time to effort ratio. Well, there's two different versions of it, Rufus. There's an actual E2E one where you would probably need to do an actual regular world type, but there is also a skyblock as well. I don't know if you could play the skyblock on, say, super flats. I never tried it when I did play it, but I can't see why you wouldn't be able to. It might kind of break a little bit of the early game progression if you do, but I can't see why you wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, so that's the same thing I've done in StarTech, Reese. I've played in a super flat world. Oh, you realize Star Technology is meant to be played in peaceful, right, Reese? There's actually one of the first quests actually says this pack is designed to be played in peaceful. But you don't have to have the mobs. They don't actually benefit you in any way, having them turned on. Were you down there? That one, I'm pretty sure with the way the progression works in that, I'm pretty sure with that one you would have to do a regular overworld. No, you probably didn't. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a big wall. By the way, my base on StarTech is already kind of larger overall size than this base. My plan is basically my base on StarTech is basically going to be like 11 chunks by 11 chunks. With a slight bit of a shape to it. Hang on, let me see if I can kind of. So basically, I've got it going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chunks there, and then I think. How did I set it up? I know there's 11 chunks across in total. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll go to there. Wait, no, I just went there. And then I think I just did it like that. Yeah, so it's essentially like that. The size of my base. Each block being a chunk. But I think I've got it so like that's actually got angled across there, and then it goes straight in there, then angled across. And then the idea is basically to have buildings like 2 by 3 chunk buildings on either of the sides, and then so basically a same kind of deal as this, and then with a tower in the middle, but then it's going to be a little bit more vertical on the outside, with like bridges and things going into the center. But it took a long ass time to make the flooring, especially since doing the flooring I've done it with like randomized cobblestone textures. It's made a lot easier with effortless building, but Still a pain in the ass to do. How many of these do we need? Oh my god, Why UEV motors? Why are you so slow? Because you need a shitload of activated netherite. That's why you're so slow. We will get this done today, though. So, right, hang on, though. What is it with activated netherite that's actually slowing us down? I think it is just the Omnic Forge, mostly, and the processed ancient debris dust, I think, is a bit of an issue. No, that should be fine. Maybe the Omnic acid dust? Maybe. Wait, what just finished crafting? Oh, the UEV motors. Wait, no, what? Didn't I do 4 UEV motors? Did I only request 2? Wait, no, I did. Oh, no, I'd already taken the other 2 out. Okay, that's right. So we need another 8. We may as well just do all 8 now. Fuck it. Currently working on getting like 24k green zirconium gems for a Borg cube build. I've not even thought about that. I think, well, I've kind of thought about the aesthetic. I'm going for more of a, not the usual Greg Tech style. I'm doing it more of I want to do it more of like kind of a, potentially like a Gothic castle kind of style build. Rather than something more futuristic like I would normally do with a Greg Tech based build. The only thing is, I don't want to put too much effort into something like Star Technology, because I'd want to do a somewhat similar build if I were to start GTNH on stream at any point. That has always been my idea for a base for that. Why is activated netherite so painfully slow? I'm still trying to work out what it is that's actually slowing it down. I thought it was just the Omnic Forge itself, but I'm not convinced it is. Because we haven't constantly got stuff in there to be crafted, so it's obviously a stage before this that's slowing it down. But what stage is that? So yeah, it's got a bit of a pause in between there. So what's holding this up? So it looks like the process. It does look like all the inert netherite scrap and it's all the previous stages. Why are they slowing it down though? Where am I going? Do I really not have any walk points over here? Where do I put the input hatch on this? Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's this stage. No, it's not this stage. This stage should be relatively quick. Although 1.85 seconds. Oh, wait, no, it'll be less than that, won't it? Because it's perfectly overclocked. I think it's running at UHV, so yeah, that should be fine. Omnic acid, though. Maybe the Omnic acid dust. I'm very tempted to passive this. This would not be the worst idea in the world to passive. That's going to be. I think that's going to be something we set up tomorrow as well, because it's not going to be difficult to do. Like motes of Omnium, I'm going to have to put the Omnium back in to be to get more of it. Wait, no, wrong place. So yeah, we've got 43,000 left at the moment. How much space have we got for it? Plenty. So if we Where am I going? Where am I going? I'm going over this way. We're not doing any research at the minute, so we may as well have this running and actually producing. Yes, Omnomnomium. That stuff. We're almost there. Yeah, I think passiving the omnic acid, 'cause I think that is the stage that's slowing us down here. Yeah, it's definitely the omnic acid. Okay. So in that case, let's find somewhere to set this up. Probably over here. What are we actually going to need for this? Just carbon dust, I think we're making anyway. Most of Omnium, we just need a fluid solidifier and liquid Omnium. And then just water. So we need an extractor, a fluid solidifier, and a chemical reactor. Hopefully we can make all this stuff while everything else is crafting. Probably not the best idea, but hopefully. I am just going to do single blocks for the extractor. How long is the extractor going to take? Let's do the Omnomnomium. There's the UEV circuits done. If we do it at, say, ZPM, that should give us... That should be fine. We are going to need to make ZPM recipe, though. Right, UHV circuits. Oh, wait, no, it was UEV we were doing, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, so we got all the UEV circuits. We're just waiting on the last 8 UEV electric motors. Then we should have everything we need. Darkness Falls. An incubus. I think I've only seen a few. I've only got as far as seeing like a few of the lower level demons in it, V. I've never got that far with it. But yeah, the DF he's referring to is, I'm assuming at least, Darkness Falls. Which, if you didn't know, was a overhaul. A thingy overhaul mod for 7 Days to Die. Alright, so these... Oh, it's only 16 millibuckets per moat as well, so... This actually isn't going to be too bad to do, I don't think. And it should be easy enough, like just pretty much any fluid solidifier will be fine for this. Although, given that we have IV ones, let's just double check and see. Yeah, IV will be down to like 1 tick for each one, so that should be fine. So, let's see. This is going to be one that we're going to need to have the floor bit open here. So if we do the extractor there, fluid solidifier there, and then we can have the LCR here. Little awkward because it's right up against the chung border, but that's fine. That's not going to cause any issues. Nope, don't need a PTFE anything. I need coils. Right, so what am I going to want to run this at? Well, actually, I guess we're going to have to run this at UV, really, if we want it to run at a reasonable rate. You wait for Undead Legacy for 7 days to start. You heard it's about to make a new version finally. One of the mods that the overhaul mods that I always really enjoyed was War of the Walkers. Not like it wasn't anything special, but it was just nice and chilled and relatively easy to get OP. But in the latest versions of it, I had so many performance issues. It was kind of horrible. All right, so we are going to need an input bus. I think I'm going to make a ULV input bus as well for the actual moats of Omnium. And actually, we don't want an input bus. We need a stocking bus, really, don't we? So if we put the input bus there, we need a stocking bus. What are we waiting on with these? Please tell me nothing has stalled. No, we're just waiting on more activated netherite and more crystal matrix ingots. Hopefully, though, once we get this microminer up and running, we shouldn't have any more issues with... crystal matrix stuff or neutronium. Hopefully, anyway. So I'll go there. We need a maintenance hatch. You can go in there. And then we just need output bus and output hatch. It's a way we can get more hydrogen, I guess, as well. So we just do output bus, output hatch, and that should be everything we need, I think. Except, obviously, the extractor, which we still don't have yet. Why are we waiting on the extractor? What are you waiting for? Laminated glass. What's holding up the laminated glass? Forming press. What's going through the forming press? Or have I broken something again? Nope, something's going through the forming press. And of course, it's the inert netherite compound. Oh! Oh! Aha. Maybe we need a better parallel hatch as well. I didn't realize I hadn't upgraded that one yet. Let's do one of those. See, this is why I like to do things in smaller batches as well. Like, we don't have to wait for, like, everything to craft before we realize something's slower than it should be. I really need my laminated glass, please, now. Thank you much. Please, yes. Words are hard. Alright, so we need to bring you up here. Oh, we're nearly there with the motors, though. I got 5 out of the 8 we were waiting on. Oh, wait, do I need... Ah, I need an input hatch as well. Do I want to do an input hatch or stocking? I'm just going to use an input hatch, I think. And then we'll use a water cover. That should be fine. Should be more than enough water. Right, we're just waiting on 3 more of those, and then I think we're good. And there's one of them. Right, you can go on there. Still waiting on that laminated glass. Then we can upgrade the parallel hatch on there. I think we need to do it on the compressor as well. I haven't realized that I hadn't upgraded those. I thought I had. Oh, we also need a ball mold, don't we? Alright, so... You can go in there. Hey, there's the extractor. Beautiful. Right, you can go there, and then I think what we'll do is we'll bring that over to there. One more UEV motor to go, and there's parallel hatch. There we go. Right, that should be everything we need. Right? Let's see what it's going to ask me to craft still. Basically nothing. Alright, that's going. Alright, so we also are going to need to bring this around to the side. I might need to bring something up to the bottom of here as well to shut this off. But is that really going to matter? I don't think so. And there we go. We have our infinity power units. Hell fucking yes. Alright, no, you watch, this won't work now. No, we're good. There we go. Tier 11 microminer. It's only taken 2 days to make it, but we got there. At this point, they've just stopped giving you rewards. It's like, no one's using these fucking coins anyway. It's just not bother. Alright, let's do another parallel hatch so we can upgrade the compressor as well. You just get back in 7 days today? Alright, no worries, Becky. There we go. We have our tier 11 microminer now. I am going to try and get one of those missions sent off before we go. Because it didn't look like there was too much we needed to do. But we do need to get this passive setup sorted out first. Alright, so let's just get rid of that for now. Alright, so we need a robot arm. Probably don't really need a filter, but... Alright. Omnomium ingots. Beautiful. Alright, and we are going to want to shut this off at a certain point as well. We've got parallel hatch. We need a couple of those. We need a couple of emitters. Cable anchors. Cables. Which I forgot about. And we're going to turn both this and this off when we get enough. Oh, we also need the storage for these as well. Let's get that sorted. All right, and this is for the omnic acid dust. All right, and we'll turn this off. Come on. When we have, say, 4096. Okay. I'll put that on there. And put you on there. It's going to take a long while for that to build up to 4096 of those anyway, but... Okay, so let's give these things some power. We'll set them up like one at a time. So that's ZPM, right? We're doing that. That works. And then we'll output that to there. I'm just going to store. Is that 64 buckets? Ouch. I don't know if we wanted to store that much. That's kind of a lot. And that's what running at what, IV? That's kind of a lot. How many ingots is 64 buckets? 64,000 divided by 144. 400. Oh, that's not too bad. I was expecting it to be in like the thousands of ingots worth, but it's not. It's fine. Wait, why are you... Oh, did I not put this to emit when below? I did not. Okay. Right, so what else do we need in here? Just carbon dust, right? Right, you should have carbon dust in you now, and then we just need to give you some power. What do we give you? UV. There's something really satisfying about that, that sound. And this should give us, like, plenty backed up as well, actually, for making more of these. This should hopefully speed things up a little bit with the activated nether, right? Alright, let's go and put this parallel hatch on the compressor, and then we'll see if we can get this mission sent out. All right, so what do we still need for that? What do we actually need to send this thing out? Oops, a daisy, not that. Right, so those. Universal Navigator, Neutronium Drill Head. I'm pretty sure we don't have the Neutronium Drill Heads. We do not. Should be easy enough to make, though. And I'm assuming that goes in the forming press. Right, the Universal Navigator. What is going to be the slow bit for that? Skulk veins shouldn't be too bad. I think most of it's going to be okay, actually. Right, let's set up a recipe for this. The Infinity Catalyst might take a minute to do, though. That's going to be the slow bit for this. Where are we going to go? Down here. Right, what do we need? Alien scrap. We're not going to be able to process all of this today. We're going to have to probably set up a dedicated processing line for all of this stuff. It's going to take a minute or two because we do have to get all of the... we do have to do the Infinity Catalyst, which is going to require another heart and a bunch of Eternal Catalysts. But that's fine. If we just request one of those... Let's see how long this takes. The solidified hydrogen, I wish I could speed up a little bit more. I don't know how far we are off a... Oh, okay. Hold up. You are not outputting quickly enough to there, are you? Maybe I want to... Ah, there we go. Now it's getting to enough. Maybe I want to set this up so it's... The recipe itself for the solidified hydrogen requires like 64 of them. That should speed up the initial kind of startup time of that. I'm actually wondering whether it's going to be worthwhile separating out the omnic acid and from the motes of omnium and then like passiving the motes of omnium and then keeping a bunch of those available in the ME system, and then that might be something to switch out tomorrow as well then. I don't think this is going to be too bad though. But right, tomorrow, what are we going to need to do? We want to try and make the Skulk biocharger. After the stuff that we've made already, that is like nothing. And then we've got to set up the processing for the alien scrap. We're going to need a sifter. We're going to do this in a multi-block. I think there's quite a bit of sifting that kind of is involved in this. Or do I want to do it in a multi-block, or do I want to do it in multiple multi-blocks? Maybe. No, I don't think we need to. I think we just put it in like a small sub-network where we just output the final, like the useful products back into the main ME system. So like the ruthenium, trinium, americium, neutronate. So we'll sift through all of this, and then the ruined machine parts will then come back through a sifter, and then like the ruined capacitors then need to go through a macerator. Same with the ruined sensors and ruined emitters. But then the further processing of these, like that takes an electromagnetic separator. That takes thermal centrifuge. That takes a centrifuge. So if we're going to set this up as a a way to passively do this. I don't know if we need to do that, though. That's the only thing. Or whether we just put all this essentially through all of our ore processing setups. Our ore processing setup instead. Because we've already got a sifter down there. That's not doing anything most of the time. We've got macerators down there. We haven't got an electromagnetic separator, so we need to make one of those. But that shouldn't be too bad. At least I don't think we've got an electromagnetic separator. I know we made a polarizer, which is the same multi-block, but... and then we've got a centrifuge down there as well. So we can put that through there. And then the ruined holes just need to go through a centrifuge as well. And they give you more crushed sensors and other bits and pieces. Yeah, well, I think we'll just put this through our regular ore processing setup. I think that'll be fine. What are we waiting on now? We're waiting on the universal collapse device, universe creation data. Oh, it's going to be so nice. And we can start getting holmium as well. What does this sound like? There's a plane crashing outside my window. It's not good. What are you... oh, you're doing the universe creation data. We can't do anything more until we've got you. You're doing more neutronium. We won't need to do that for much longer. Yeah, you're getting the universe creation data. And then it's going to be another, like, 300 seconds, I think, for the heart of a universe. Yeah, and once that's done... that should be everything, right? We should just send out the mission for this, which will be... how long? Another 360 seconds, so, what, 6 minutes? So we've got about 11 minutes to wait. But then we should... actually, while we're doing that, while we're waiting on that, let's go and figure out how we're going to do the processing of this and how we're going to set that up. Because the alien scrap needs to go into the sifter. I think what we'll probably end up doing is just manually putting this in to start with. If we manually put the alien scrap in there, the output bus should send that back into the ME system. So we're going to have to find a way of... yeah, we're going to have to find a way of making sure everything cycles around into where it needs to go. So if we get the... actually, let's do just a 4K drive and we'll set... does this have any tags we can use? I can't actually see. Does this not have any tags? At all? CubeJS alien scrap is the only thing. I'm just thinking, like, trying to figure out how we can... if we can feed this back into here automatically. So the minute... we've got the forged crushed ores, but that's not actually a tag. That's its item name. Huh. Not sure how I want to do that. I'm still waiting on that. I guess, given that we're only going to get 5 stacks every now and then, we just manually send it through here. But then we've also still got to get, if we want to do that, we've also still got to make sure that all the, like, the ruined machine parts come back through into here as well. To be stored in here, and the ruined capacitors. I guess what we have to do is just have another storage bus on here. I have another storage bus on there and just output all of these items into this subnetwork. Guess that is probably the way we do this. And then we just say this is going to want to store... I don't think I'm going to get the alien scrap itself to come into here. I think just the byproducts. So the ruined machine parts are going to need to be processed in here. Same with the ruined hulls. Same with the ruined capacitors, ruined sensors, and ruined emitters. And then the crushed capacitors, crushed sensors. And then the ruined emitters will give the holmium oxide glass dust. So that'll need to get fed back into here. I'm just going to have to make sure we output the right things into the right place. Don't know how high we need to put that, but let's do the same as that. So 100k. We need to make sure all of those things do come directly back into here. Still waiting on that heart of a universe. Should be almost done now. Oh yeah, there we go. I just saw it flick off. There you go, there's the heart of the universe. And now this is getting our first alien scrap. Hell yes. And then what we'll do, we'll manually put the alien scrap into here. But then we're going to have to find a way of outputting from here into these areas from this subnetwork. Although it's going to be... Oh, this is actually going to be very awkward to do, given how I've got this set up. I don't think we need those. So, we'll manually put the alien scrap into here for now. We can always automate that later. Then that's going to give us the ruined machine parts, which also need to go into the sifter. So we're going to need to auto output the ruined machine parts into there. The same with the ruined... No, the ruined hulls go into the centrifuge. So the ruined hulls are going to have to go into here. It's kind of awkward that this isn't going to be outputting directly into anywhere else. Because then that's gonna take in the ruined hull parts. And then it's gonna output those into here, which are then gonna take them over elsewhere. So once we've got to that point, we can probably move things around to where they need to go. We're gonna need another electromagnetic separator. Well, we're gonna need an electromagnetic separator. How big of a multi-block is that? An awkwardly sized one. 4 by 5. Oh, I could probably put it on top of here, couldn't we? But then again, that's also not really part of the ore processing setup as such. This has become awkward. Okay, but that's going to output from there. Well, the sifter's going to sift these parts, and it's going to keep neutronium. Actually, I need to make sure I have storage for all of these things, like neutronium dust, graphene, and yttrium barium cuprate dust. I think I have some of those. Not neutronium. Not graphene. We do have yttrium barium cuprate dust, though, so we don't need that one. We do need the other two, though. We'll get storage sorted out for those. This is going to be a very janky way of doing this, it seems. It almost would have been easier just to set this up on its own processing thing, but since we're only going to be running like a few of these missions, like ever, it kind of feels somewhat pointless. Why is the 16K drive taking so long, though? Oh no, it's done that again. It disappeared again. Oh shit, I know why. I know why that happened. 16K drives went into there because I didn't filter this storage bus yet. We shouldn't need these to be in here, honestly, but I'm going to put them there anyway. Alright, that's fine. Ow. And an anvil. So, neutronium dust. Then graphene dust. Right, that's those. We know those are going to be coming in. Yttrium barium cuprate we've already got. Okay, so from the sifter, these are... Yeah, so... No, these are going to have to go in there. Hey, there's our alien scrap. Beautiful. Right, okay, so... This will go through the sifter. All of this will go back through into the main ME system. I need storage for that as well. The ruthenium, trinium, americium, neutronate. I'm pretty sure we haven't got storage for that already. Nope. Okay. So... ruthenium, trinium, americium, neutronate dust. So that will go in there. Oh, hang on, I'm probably going to need those again, aren't I? Hey, Chronic. Good time zone, chat. Quick question if you're good to me. How do you set it up so you can just drop your crafting patterns into your system and they go into the right place? Right, okay. So basically, I've got that on a subnetwork. This terminal is linked to this network here. And basically all that network does is has storage buses on the sides of all the extended drives filtered for specific types. So if I want all the fluid ones to go in one place, I'll filter them for all the different possible fluid drives. And then all it takes is basically just dropping this into here, and it will go into one of these. Hey, Asanan, how you doing? Does that make sense, Chronic? All right. How are you doing, Asanan? All right. So let's go through this then. So alien scrap into the sifter. This will come back into the main ME system because usually that's the only place we need the stuff from the sifter to go. Then that will come back into the main ME system. Should go into the storage bus on there, which puts it back into the subnetwork for all the ore processing. And that will put the ruined holes back in there. Those then need to get output to the sifter. And the ruined holes need to get outputs. Yeah, so those need to get output to the sifter. And then that will get sifted. All this will get put back into the main ME system. These will get put back into the subnetwork. And then processed from there. So let's get that figured out. So basically we need to take from this, and I think we're just going to do an export bus from the subnetwork for this. This is going to look horrible, by the way, so please don't judge me for my cabling. I don't really need a threshold export bus since everything is coming into here. So I'll bring that into there. We'll connect you up. Not connect that way, though. We'll connect you over this way. Just to keep things consistent. I've had now restart the 3 runs on GTNH, but Steam Age is a bit hard, but makes very fun. You don't want to make the grind for the healing axe. It's well worth making that grind for the healing axe, trust me. You want to get the healing axe. The healing axe is amazing. Right, so the ruined machine parts will go into there. So they'll come back through. The ruined machine parts will get sifted through again. That'll get stored, that'll get stored, that'll get stored. Those will get stored in the subnetwork. Right, so then we've got to deal with where these are going to go. So those need to go to the macerator. All 3 of those need to go to the macerator, so... Do we want to put it in here? Yeah, I guess we put it in here in the stocking bus, so... It is all macerated, right? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so those should go into there. I really hope that I don't screw this up anywhere. I shouldn't be able to. I don't think there's any way I can screw this up. But those will then go out to there and be output into the stocking bus there. But yeah, Steam Age is a little grindy with GTNH, but it's one of the things I really like about it, though. It's like, as you progress through the tiers, the same in any Greg Tech pack, as you progress through the tiers, it always feels very rewarding when you get to the next stage and the next kind of milestone. Got surgery now have all the things for activating it and crafting the healing axe. Nice. I never got that lucky with dungeons when I played. All right, so those will go through to there. Then everything from this, those should just go, those should have the forge dust tag, so that should be fine. So then, from there, we need to be able to put the crushed capacitors, the crushed sensors, and the holmium oxide into wherever they need to go. Which is going to be kind of awkward because these don't have tags, do they? So, yeah, they don't have tags. So we're going to have to put another input on here. So, right, what's getting centrifuged? That's going to the electromagnetic separator. That's going to the thermal centrifuge. That's going to be awkward to do as well, actually. And then that just, so we just need to output the holmium oxide glass dust to here. By the way, sorry if I ignore chat for a little bit. This is a somewhat awkward thing to set up at the moment because of how the rest of this is set up. So I need to kind of concentrate for a minute, but that should take, from there, that should take the holmium oxide glass dust from macerating the ruined emitters and put them over into the centrifuge. And the centrifuge will then it'll just centrifuge it, turn it into holmium oxide dust, and glass dust. Holmium oxide dust will then need to be electrolyzed. Ah, fuck me, this is getting awkward. Oh, jeez. Right, okay, so those are all getting macerated. Crushed capacitor. We haven't got an electromagnetic separator yet, so this is going to be... We're going to have to get that sorted first. I wasn't going to do this. I was only going to get the actual microminer today, but now I've started. I kind of don't want to stop until we got this done. So we need 12 electrolytic coils. And parallel hatches. Given that nothing else has got... We shouldn't need any more than 64 X parallel hatch for this, I don't think. That should be fine. Only 42 non-conducting cases. Energy hatch. Maintenance hatch. I'm assuming we need a maintenance hatch anyway. That's parallel hatch. All right, then we are going to need... just an item input and... Actually, what I might do is just... Oh, actually, that's a much better idea for this, isn't it? If we just, rather than using an export bus here, if we just use stocking buses on where things need to go, that's actually going to be a better idea. We'll just switch it out and put a stocking bus on there instead. That is probably going to work a little better. Let's make a few of them because we're going to need them. All right, and we're going to put this here. Where does the front of this thing go? Where's the actual face of it? On the side again. Is it? Wait, how many blocks tall is it? 3 or 4? 3. Okay. That will go there. Let's see where it's going to randomly place all my hatches. Or it's just going to fail to place my hatches. Right, we need those. Where's the energy hatch? The energy hatch is there. And the maintenance hatch is there. Energy hatch can go over here in line with the rest of that. How do I do the rest of these? Parallel hatch and maintenance hatch. Where can I bring the sub-network up to here from? Oh, I can't easily. I'm going to have to bring this underneath here, I guess. Somewhere over here. So I'm going to need to have a stocking bus. I'll probably just do that at the back. Look, this is literally the only thing we're going to need to go through here, I think. There we go. So we need to be able to get sub-network over here. All right, so that will go into there. And that is literally just going to be what? Crushed capacitors. So that will stock any of those that come back into here. They'll go into there. We need to bring this up here. So we can give it some power. What are we putting there? UV? That looks very different. Okay, that blackout texture pack has added weird things now. Because the peer-to-peer tunnels didn't look like those before. You could actually see the coloration of them, and you can't now, weirdly. Strange, but okay. All right, so that will take care of the crushed capacitors. The crushed sensors need to go into the thermal centrifuge. Given that this is not connected to the main... What are we going to get from the crushed capacitors? Not the crushed capacitors, crushed sensors. Holmium compound. That then needs to go into an autoclave, which we don't have an autoclave set up for this. Okay. But silver dust will go back into the main ME system. And the holmium compound, I guess, is going to have to go into the main ME system as well, because that's going to have to be processed elsewhere, since I don't think we have an autoclave over here. This is chemical bath, so that's not what we need. So no, the autoclave is going to have to be done. Stuff's going to have to be done elsewhere. So, but we are going to have to input into here. So if we do another stocking bus, this is going to be a little weird as well. But should be a little easier. This goes in the thermal centrifuge, right? The crushed sensor. Yes. Okay, so that's... If we then have that, like there... And we bring this over here. This is so janky. This is so incredibly janky. Right, if we bring that up to there... that should be fine. That should then output any of the crushed sensors into there. We'll have to deal with the holmium compound in another way. But that'll be fine. The crushed capacitor... I haven't done an output on there yet, actually, have I? So the crushed capacitors, the output from these... oh, come on. Okay. Right, if we do another ME output bus from here, because we do need to output into the main ME system, I think... from this, we do need to input into the main ME system. And that will take the crushed capacitors, output that's in the main ME system. So we've got carbon dust and magnetic capacitor dust in there. The magnetic capacitor dust needs to come back through into here to go into the centrifuge. So we need to make sure we're stocking the magnetic capacitor, or storing the magnetic capacitor dust in there as well. And we need to put a stocking bus on somewhere on here. I guess we can just put it in there. Because that goes into the centrifuge. So, yeah, so that will then get stocked in there. This is such a janky way of doing this. It'll work, though. It will work. I hope. So the crushed sensors, that's what's going through the thermal centrifuge. So that's what's getting output to there. That'll put the holmium compound back into the main ME system. This is something we're going to have to deal with elsewhere, but that should be relatively easy to do. We'll just need to put a stocking bus on our autoclave and make sure we've got PTFE in the in a stocking hatch. And that should be fine. And that will give us the holmium dust from there. That was the holmium oxide glass dust also goes through the centrifuge. So what we actually want to do is, wait, where are we getting the holmium compound glass? That's coming directly from the macerator. So yeah, that will come from over there and get input via this. This is going to go horribly wrong, by the way, especially when I do that. This will go horribly wrong. That will go into the centrifuge and give us holmium oxide dust. Holmium oxide dust then gets electrolyzed. So the holmium oxide dust, I guess, will have to come through into the main ME system. And then we'll output that to here. And that will electrolyze that and turn that into holmium and a bit of oxygen. Okay, so that should take care of all of those bits. I've probably missed something. We'll hopefully not, but we'll see. And the ruined hulls, did I put that set to store in here? Where are we? Over here. Yeah, the ruined hulls will come into here. We then need to make sure those are stocked into the centrifuge as well. Right? It is the centrifuge that goes into. Yeah, so that will centrifuge those. The neutronium dust, titanium dust, and crystal matrix dust should go over into there. We should have storage for titanium dust. We do. Neutronium dust we've set up the storage for before, and the crystal matrix dust we won't have. Yeah, so we need 16k one for the crystal matrix dust. Hyperwoods, nothing kill you now in the very dark night. Nights are incredibly dark in that pack. All right. So you go into there. We give you the crystal matrix ingot. Sorry, crystal matrix dust. Right, so that's the crystal matrix dust. And then that also gives us more crushed sensors, which we're outputting back into here anyway, and the magnetic capacitors. This stuff is all sorted for processing anyway, I think. Yeah, I think that's all good. I think. Wait, what are these called? Oh, alien scrap, isn't it? Right. Let's just put a few of them through. I'm going to turn everything off for now. Just so things will hopefully go into where they're supposed to go. Or at least everything that's going to be processing any of this stuff. And then just make sure everything goes where it's supposed to go. So if we just put 16 of these into here. That'll centrifuge all of those. It'll take 20 seconds. But it is doing all 16 at once. So where should we see stuff go? This, we should see... Yeah, there we go. We've got ruined holes in there where they're supposed to be. And... Ah. Where did the ruined machine parts go? Oh, those should have gone back through into the sifter, right? Except I never set up the stocking bus, did I? On there. So we should have the... Yeah, we've got the ruined machine parts in there. Those need to go back through into here, but we'll do that with a stocking bus. I'm not a big fan of having that connected like that, but that's fine. So that should have gone through all of those. Or it will do when we actually set it to stock them. Oh, wait, did I? Oh, right, yeah, I need the ruined hull parts as well, don't I? In my inventory. Yeah, there we go. Right, so that, if we set that to stock those, that should go into there and... No? Ah, there we go. Right, okay, now it's doing it. So yeah, that's going through those. So we should start getting... Yeah, there we go. Ruined capacitors, ruined emitters, and ruined sensors into there. Should we have anything in here? I think we should, right? No? I guess not. No, I think everything that would have gone through there would already have been in there. So this should now have, yeah, all of those parts ready to be macerated. So if we turn that on... Just going to go through all of those. It's going to be kind of slow going through this, but like I say, we're not going to have to go through it very often. Right, so that's going through all of that. There should be... Yeah, there we go. We've got the holmium oxide glass dust has gone into there. And... What are we doing at the moment? Crushed sensors. they will go through to the thermal centrifuge. Hopefully. Except I've just realized that that's not going to work, is it? Because they haven't got anywhere to go. The sensors and capacitors aren't output back into the subnetwork. So crush capacitors, crush sensors, are those going into here? Yes. Okay, cool. So all we need to do then is basically just have these two outputting into here and then back into the ME system. Which I think that's the... Yeah, that. So those should be outputting to there, but that is going to be outputting on... Wait, hold on. That and that should output to there. Perfect. Okay, and then we've just got to output those from there into there. So for that, we're going to have to do this slightly separately because they haven't got tags. So that's going to have to go into there, and that's going to have to go into there. And then those should get cycled back round and back into here. So that should now have crushed capacitors in there. And that should now have crushed sensors in there. Perfect. And that's got the holmium oxide glass in there. So if we turn that back on... That's the wrong place. Oh, that's awkward. That's the thermal centrifuge, not the centrifuge. Whoops. So you actually need to go... Wait, hold on. So the crushed sensors... I had that the wrong way around then, didn't I? Fuck. My brain is not in the right place for this. Yeah, the crushed sensors should have gone into there. So that doesn't go into there. Holmium oxide goes into there. Okay, and then that will output holmium oxide dust and... Which need... Oh, fuck me. Wait. No. Okay, no, that does go... That's going to the right place. And then that should go from there... Okay, we've got our first 4 holmium dust. But this is getting very, very confusing, I'm not gonna lie. Everything's going through to different places and... Alright, so that's not supposed to be the holmium glass dust. That's supposed to be... Not the crushed capacitor. The ruined sensor. Or the crushed sensor. Although that needs to be in here, right? Yeah, there we go. That's going through the crushed sensor, and that's giving us the holmium compound. Which that's ended up back in there. That's going to have to go in here as well. This is definitely a very convoluted way of doing this. Especially when some of these don't have tags. So the holmium compound we're sending back into the ME system. But it's going initially back into here. I'll put you in there. I should come out of there and hopefully go into there. Okay, that's good. What are the other bits we're still doing? We've still got to do the crushed capacitor. So that, if we turn that on, trying to make sure everything goes where it's supposed to go. That was crushed capacitors. So the crushed capacitors should give magnetic capacitor dust and carbon dust. The magnetic capacitor dust should go back through into the centrifuge. Not there. That's the thermal centrifuge. And that will give us holmium dust and iron dust, which should go back into the ME system. Did I set up... I didn't set up a storage for holmium dust, did I? This would have been, like, if I'd have just set this up, like, on its own, it would have been, like, a nice, easy setup. But because of the way I've set up the rest of my ore processing, which works perfectly, by the way, for my regular ore processing. But this is a little bit of a pain. Right, so holmium will go in there. We'll leave those there. We might still need them. Okay, so we've got storage for that. With the holmium compound, we haven't actually got storage for. I probably should put some there just in case. We should never need it, but I would rather have it there just in case. Because that should just go straight out to the autoclave to be autoclaved. Is it just holmium compound or holmium compound dust? Just holmium compound. Okay. I forgot to put my overflow destruction card in there. Okay. That's fine. So these should all now just be able to go into the ME system. I think we did do the Europe. Oh, no, wait. Did we do the Europium? Europium Duranite? No, we didn't. Okay. Only one for that as well. Again, something that's we're never really going to be stocking a huge amount of, but I would rather have the storage there just in case. So, enriched, naquadah. Just make sure I get this right. Trinium, europium, duranide. Right, so that should now have space. So all of these should now be able to be inserted into here. So that one does have its own tag. That also has its own tag. Holmium compound does not, because it's awkward. Okay, so all those are going in there. I still haven't sorted out that cobalt oxide dust. I don't even know where we got it from, honestly. Okay, so that should be all of that stuff. Right, so the ruined hulls. Did I put the ruined hulls in the wrong place as well, then? Yeah, I did. Those will need to go in there as well. So that means everything from the ruined hulls is going to go back into the ME system, but hopefully that shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully. We might need to... Yeah, we've got our first 64 crystal matrix dust from that. So nice to have so much crystal matrix dust. And neutronium dust. I might want to upgrade this to... we probably don't need to upgrade it, honestly. It doesn't need to be quick. Not massively quick anyway at the moment. But yeah, look at all that neutronium dust. That would take us... I think it's like 70 seconds to get 4 ingots. So that would take us a long time. 3,062 seconds, or about 51 minutes to get that amount of neutronium. And all we need to do is smelt that, so that is fantastic. Okay, so... is that everything taken care of now? Is everything that needs to be processed processing? Not quite. We've just got the holmium compound to do. And that will need to go into an autoclave. Which, that's not an autoclave. That is the autoclave, right? Right? The large crystallization chamber is the autoclave, right? Yeah. So... I am going to need to make sure I put a stocking hatch in here as well. And a stocking bus. So how many people have got as confused as I am with this whole setup? Just out of curiosity. All right. I'm guessing everybody, given that everyone's incredibly quiet. All right, so holmium compound needs to get stocked in there. And it's just with PTFE, right? Yeah. And there we go, more holmium. All right, so from 16 of those, we got 17. You don't have an opinion on this matter? That's fair. I think that's everything. I'm gonna go through and make sure like everything is taken care of that needs to be taken care of, but I think that's everything. So ruined machine parts. We shouldn't have any ruined capacitors, ruined sensors, or ruined anything anywhere. Which we don't. We shouldn't have no ruined holes. We shouldn't have any of those. So it looks like everything's processed. So let's put the rest of that alien scrap through. And let's keep an eye on a few things first. Let's just see. So the things that we're bothered about that we're going to be getting from this. Neutronium dust. Holmium. We have got 2 holmium compound, but I think that is because it needs 3 to be processed. So holmium dust is another one. Crystal matrix dust. Tritanium dust as well, I guess, is kind of useful. So if we just check on all of these, we are starting to run down a little bit on iridium. Right, so if we just put these on here. So what's that? That was neutronium. I've got 174 currently. That is not tungsten dust, that's holmium. We've got an entire 16 currently. I feel like we should have had more than that, but I'm not sure. That's crystal matrix dust. We'll just put 119 of those. And tritanium dust. We're getting that in tiny quantities from other places as well. So that's 276. Right, let's see. If we put the rest of that alien scrap through, how much we get of those. This might take a minute or two to process. Oh, plus we have one more of each of those because I've still got all that in there. But if we put all this into here, let this process, and then it's going to take a little bit to go through it all, but what we should end up with, roughly, is hopefully around about 620 holmium. But I'm not convinced we're going to get that. 3,500 neutronium dusts. Well, 3,494 neutronium dust. 2,444 crystal matrix dust. And I've just realized that some of this stuff I do actually need to upgrade the power tiers on some of the things, possibly, because we get a slight boost in some of these things. But yeah, we should get around about that much of things. But when all is said and done. Assuming I haven't broken anything, which we can't really assume that. Although, no, to be fair, I did do all my calculations for this based on things running at UV. And everything does appear to is basically running at UV, so should be okay. Just want to make sure there's no random outputs from anything anywhere that aren't getting dealt with. Nothing should be going through there. I assume that's going to go through. What I should have done is... Hold on, let me take all those out. I should have added a better parallel hatch in there as well. Let's just do a 64 one. We shouldn't need any more than that. Let's get 2 grindy quests, and I have a builder's wand and a healing axe. GG. Alright. Oh god, I've been live almost 6 hours. We're back to almost my usual length, or my old length streams. Okay, there's parallel hatch. I need you to stop doing things. Which you're not going to, are you? Stop you for now. Oh, that's not going to help. It is a little bit Hideyoshi, yeah. I started late today because my sleep's been a mess lately because I've not been well, but... We're just working on processing our first alien scrap. You doing the helical right now? That's on my to-do soon-ish list. Took fucking long enough to do the crystallizer. This thing is the most expensive, needlessly expensive multi-block we've had to make so far. It's ridiculous. But it has come in useful already, so... Could be worse. Anyway, right, let's leave that to do its thing, and we'll see in a few minutes, roughly... I'm actually not even going to look at how much we got on the minute. We'll have a look in a bit. Hey, Kaz. But yeah, today we got the tier 11 miner done today. We've got the scrap. We can make our first Holmium now. Which can actually... Oh, it can just be smelted. So yeah, we'll have Holmium now, which is good. It's around, well, my calculations, and they might be different to yours, based on the percentages, per mission it's around about 600. But that might be off somewhat. But yeah, it's also the hang on, let me... Yeah, I went through after the stream yesterday. I went through and did all of the calculations for how much of everything we would get based on everything running through UV machines. So it's like 619 holmium, nearly 3,500 neutronium, nearly 2,500 crystal matrix dusts, just a little shy of 2,000 tritanium, and then a bunch of other things and some stuff that don't really matter. So it's pretty damn useful. All in all. Mechanism issue you were having is fixed, but now you have a Cube.js issue. You just have a lot of issues, don't you, Kaz? I mean, that seems to be the general gist of it. I have a feeling my calculations might be somewhat off with this, but I'm not sure. We'll find out. I've got a thing there, which I'm not going to look at the numbers of until we've finished processing that. No, that's probably going to be the last thing. Well, that will be the last thing we do today. Happens when you update mods blindly. That will probably do it. Are we going through this stuff yet? Yes, we are. You having a problem with change of power converters into peer-to-peer tiers? I haven't bothered using converters at all. Not for going into peer-to-peers, anyway. Would it be easier to use transformers and just transform it into everything down into or up into the highest tier that you've got the input hatch for? And then just have it all running through one thing, just go through a bunch of transformers? Oh, you meant transformers, okay. Yeah, I didn't do that either, but it seems... I think there was a few people I've seen doing it. Oh god, we've dropped about 50,000 iron again. Made a second UV dynamo hatch. I think I've got... Have I got one? I think I've got... Well, I've got one UV dynamo hatch, 64 amp hatch, and I think I've got a UHV one now as well. We are starting to get to a point where we're going to need more power soon, though. Because we're doing fine at the moment, but we did get up to around about 45-ish million output earlier. And we did also crash the world, which was not ideal, admittedly. What are you processing now? You are processing holmium oxide glass dust. Yeah, I regret my decision to do it, but I just kind of went with it. We've just got one UHV capacitor bank in there. It looks so pitiful just in there on its own, though. Honestly, I could get rid of all of the rest of this and just have that single one, and that would be enough. But yeah, I don't like having my power running constantly. And it's going to, like, no matter what I do, I've got no way of shutting it off, because the minimum amount I can set it to shut off with is 1% full. And that's a ridiculous amount that we're not going to get to, I don't think. You already play Minecraft if you don't crash the worlds? Not late game expert packs, no. It's kind of a must, I think. I have like 800 plus channels from peer-to-peer forests. I mean, is that total channels? Because I'm slightly over that. I got like 1,600. I'm not sure how many of those are from peer-to-peer, actually. 6,780 covered cables. 542 EU peer-to-peers. So a little less than yours if your 800 plus are just from power transfer. But yeah, literally all we did to crash the world was start the entire crystallizer crafting recipe going, and then it just decided, nope, we're done. Oh, there was one slight upside to it though. In that it randomly gave us 2 additional stabilized tier 7 microminers. I don't know where they came from. I didn't craft them. I didn't cheat any in, but it randomly gave us 2 tier 7 microminers. So I didn't complain. They're probably never going to get used, but I definitely didn't complain. How are we doing for... Oh, we're doing all right for Cryolobus now. Ish. How am I doing for Warden tendrils? Down to 28k. We should be okay for those as well. Have we finished the processing yet? I kind of want to go and get some food. No, we're still going. Oh yeah, we still got a lot to go through. Holy shit. Oh, we've also got only got the 16 times parallel hatch on there as well, so... Let's change up that to a 64 one for now. But yeah, I've started like any of the large crafts now. I've just started, rather than just kind of putting all the recipes in and requesting it, I've just started doing it in batch, like manually going through and making all the items in batches, just to make life a little easier and a little less hard on the the computer. But yeah, now that we've got Holmium, we should be able to make the creative computation data as well, which will be good. We can also use Holmium to make the Furious Infinity Catalysts. Which we do need an Infinity Frame for, so we do need to make a few Infinity Ingots, or probably just 2 Infinity Ingots the initial way. And then we can make them a slightly cheaper way. Oh, I just realised. Have I not made a Corrupted Universe data yet? No, I haven't, because we haven't done the UEV sensors yet, have we? That's right. Oh, so much neutronium. The neutronium dust is actually the thing that I'm most excited about. I'm most happy about. Because neutronium to get 4 neutronium ingots would take... Well, takes me 70 seconds. And if we're going to end up with... what did I say? About 4,500? 3,500. 3,494. That'll be 873 of those missions at 70 seconds each. 61,145 seconds. 1,019 minutes. 16.9 hours of continuous microminer missions to get those. That's ridiculous. Right, we can't put the parallel hatch in yet anyway, because we are going to have to wait until this is done. Because I don't want to lose any of this stuff. But yeah, I think it's been a pretty productive day. It was slow to get started. Because it took so long to get everything for this, and then we kind of sidetracked and made the crystallizer. But we got it sorted. We now have Holmium. We can now make complex SMDs. What we'll probably end up doing is doing at least 1, maybe 2 of those things. We can parallelize the things, but with the way mine are set up, we'd have to change that, because the way mine are set up, basically so we can request them like a large amount of something without having to have 1 microminer for each mission. We have to have the microminer as returned as part of that mission. As part of the as a byproduct from that mission, basically. And since it returns it, it will... If you request, say, 8 of the same mission, it will just use 1 microminer. And it will reuse the output of it. So if you wanted to parallelize them, you would have to have 1 microminer for each of the missions you wanted to do. And say you wanted to run, say, 32 of the same mission. You would need to have 32 of those microminers in stock, because each one would have to not return itself, if that makes sense. It's kind of complicated and really fucking annoying. And it makes parallelization of that a little pointless. But it's fine. Welcome back, Quiet. How are you feeling? Oh my god, we've still got so much left to go through. Yeah, well, I planned to just get the microminer done today, but then when I realized that the mission to do this was actually relatively easy to do, I opted to go for this, and then I also decided, oh, well, while we're here, we may as well sort out the processing of all this stuff, which that was an absolute pain in the ass, I have to say. Hold on, you know what, let's... Oh, it's almost done anyway, that's fine. Yeah, that was a pain in the ass, but it now seems to be working, and we now have a whole bunch of stuff that we didn't have before. I'm going to break you quickly before you progress. There we go. That should be, I think, everything processed. Pretty sure. Because that stuff, the magnetic capacitor... was it magnetic capacitor dust? I'll just get centrifuge. So yeah, we should have everything. Let's see how much we actually ended up with. Bearing in mind there was a little bit extra titanium in there from before, but... Okay, that is significantly less than I was expecting. For the holmium. I must have doubled it up somehow in my calculations. Everything else seems around about that. Well, that's the only thing I can think of, but I'm not sure what. Like, it didn't look like anything was unprocessed. But I'm going to have to go through and double check everything, aren't I? And I can see everything from that subnetwork now, can't I? Yes. Okay, so nothing ruined. Let's double check. Everything is turned on, so everything should be processed. No crushed sensors in there. Nothing left in there. There must be something I haven't processed, or I could have just completely screwed up the processing of this, potentially. That's... There's a whole bunch of holmium oxide glass dust in there. Because I think... Yeah, that's still set to import that. And that's supposed to go in the centrifuge and not the thermal centrifuge. Okay, that explains that. Or part of that, at least. I don't think anything needs to go in there, actually, does it? That does explain that, though. Or some of it. That's... Each one of those is just one extra holmium, though, so... If we put those into there, that should go into there now. Yeah, so that should only be another, what, 192 holmium? So 282 plus 192, 474. It's still a lot less. Just one more thing, just one more thing. Exactly, yeah. You're feeling a little better, you guess? That's good. So is there still... Did I mess something up? No, I did everything based on everything running through at least UV. And everything is running through at least UV, so... that is UV... That's UV, that's UHV. That's UV. I must have just messed up the actual calculations somewhere. Or there's something that I haven't, like I said, there's something that I haven't processed. Where was the holmium oxide? Did the holmium oxide go back through the centrifuge? Well, it's holmium oxide glass dust. Is that... Yeah, so that goes through there. Holmium oxide glass dust. Oh! Is the holmium oxide dust going through? Yeah, the holmium oxide dust is going through as well. Oh, that's running at LUV, though. Is that going to make a difference? I shouldn't have thought so. Not an electrolyzer. No. Oh, that might be where I screwed up. It's a 5-to-2 ratio. I don't know if I accounted for that in my calculations. I might have screwed that up. I did. I didn't account for that being 5 to 2. Okay, hold on. Wait, no, that's the... No, what I did... no, there was an... Yeah. What I basically did is I didn't bother kind of registering the fact that it didn't go to holmium dust. It went to holmium oxide dust. So I missed out a step of that. So it's what, 40% of that? So if I just do that for now. So yeah, that works out. Yeah, you were right. About 373-ish. So actually, we are ahead of the curve with that then. Or we might be. If it's not finished yet. Which I think it has. Okay, no, we're a little... So yeah, no, it's about exactly what it should be. So yeah, that was just a mistake on my part. It usually is user error, let's be honest, especially when it's me. But 3,428 neutronium dust is huge. 2,344 crystal matrix dust is also huge. We're going to set up an EBF tomorrow specifically for just processing that into crystal matrix ingots passively, because those things are a pain. Is it any quicker to do it with the crystal matrix dust? So 50 seconds as opposed to... Oh, yeah, there's not a... Yeah, so that's 50 seconds as opposed to 54.65 seconds. So that actually takes longer. However, you don't have to go through the whole process of making dense matrix meshes. And it's only going to be like 0.2 seconds per ingot anyway. So that's... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, and no, it's going to be so much faster as well. Because that's an MV tier. So that will overclock so much more than that will. Yeah, that's going to be considerably better. Not a reliable one, Hideyoshi, no. I'm honestly kind of stumped as to how kind of they expect you to do that. The only thing I can think is they expect you to use like no more than one pattern provider per assembly line. Well, the terbium one, yeah, terbium is nice and easy. I don't know if it does in this. No, it's terbium is UV in this. Well, the problem you run into, Reese, is say you've got... The way you kind of have to have these is you have to make sure everything, like each item, individual item, goes into one bus. So obviously you can't have a pattern provider going directly into a bus, like into a large input bus. It doesn't work that way. You have to have, for each slice of the assembly line, you have to have one ULV input bus, and each item needs to go into one of them. It's not ULV, it's UV. So each item goes into one of them. So the only way you can really do that, or the most reliable way to do that, generally, is to use a subnetwork. So you have your interface going in, your pattern provider going into an interface with storage buses on each of the input buses and the input hatches. And so that will push the item into there, distribute it into the, separate things, and then it will work. But the problem when the problems arise when, say, you've got one item that uses, say, 4 or 5 items, and then you've got another different recipe that uses 4 or 5 items. It will put the first 4 or 5 in there, and then if it immediately tries to put the next one in, it will then fill like one lot. Like if you can fit both recipes in, basically it will put both recipes in, which means that it will break because neither will craft. And you have to go and fix it. So basically, you have to find a way of stopping it from. You have to find a way of stopping it from putting more than one recipe in at a time. Essentially, Reese, yeah, it's horrible. So when you've got this many recipes, like it's not happened too often recently, thankfully. But when you've got this many recipes, like when you've only got one pattern provider, it's fine because you can just set it to lock the pattern provider until the primary output has been returned. So basically, it'll output one recipe, and then it'll lock itself so nothing more will go through it. And then when it receives that item back, it has to go into the same pattern provider. It will then unlock it and allow for the next one, which is great when you've got one pattern provider. But when you've got a second pattern provider or a third, if one pattern comes through here, it locks this one, but it doesn't lock these ones. So this can also try and output a recipe into here, which will still screw things up. And I've not found a good way of doing that yet. Stuff like bioalloy fusion casings, use UHV fields, UHV emitters, wear circuits. Yeah. We're going to have to make the bioalloy casings soon, actually. How are we doing for Are we still doing all right for actinium after all this? Oh, yeah, still got 13k. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. You've got the choice of either dealing with the potential things or the potential kind of conflicts, or being incredibly careful about where you put your patterns and in which pattern providers, or using multiple different sets of assemblers. But there's not really like an elegant way of doing it, which kind of sucks. I fell off. But there we go. That turned out all right. We've got 360 holmium now, which is awesome. We've got so much neutronium. Speaking of which, we've still got 770 there, plus 3,400. We'll try and run a few more of these missions tomorrow. The titanium dust is neither here nor there, really, although it's still kind of useful to have. Crystal matrix dust is incredibly useful. But yeah, all in all, I think it's been a pretty good fucking day. I am happy with progress. It's taken a while, but we got there. So tomorrow, we need to try and do the Skulk biocharger. That will help with a couple of things. And then I guess we got to start working towards infinity ingots. I've been kind of putting this off because there's going to be such a pain in the ass to do. And then we'll have to start working towards the infinity solar panels. I would like to have 4 of these at least. I don't think we should need any more than that before we get to creative power. I think we should be fine up to that point. Sorry, no, that's absolutely fine. Quiet. It sounds like you had a rough day, so you needed to take care of you first, and that is the way it should always be. But we'll be back again tomorrow, hopefully. Although I'm not going to guarantee being back tomorrow. With the way my sleep has been the last few days, I'm not going to guarantee I'll be back tomorrow, but hopefully I will be. Not really late for me. I didn't wake up until about 3:30 this afternoon. So it's not all that late. I am hungry though. So yeah, tomorrow we'll actually make our holmium ingots, start working on all the stuff we need for infinity ingots and the Skulk biocharger. That is that's the plan. Only downside to the food thing, though, is that pretty much all I have right now to eat is toast, so it's not going to be the most exciting of meals. Anyway, guys, thank you everyone for being here. I do massively appreciate it. Hang on, give me 2 seconds. You had the food and alcoholic fluids. So at least you had the food. It wouldn't even. It would literally be a toast sandwich. It would be toast on toast. That's pretty much it for me today. All right, give me 2 seconds here. Just want to check something. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow though I will be back. I'd like to say I'm not gonna guarantee what time I will be live, but hopefully I will be live tomorrow at some point. Let's get some beans, cheesy pretty. If I had any, I would. Actually, no, I think I do have some. Ooh, that's a good point. That sounds dry and boring. Welcome to my life for the last few weeks, Guitar Lily. That's pretty I've had a diet pretty much entirely consisting of toast and a little bit of peanut butter. Anyway, right. Have an amazing rest of your day, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. And take care of yourselves.